2025 is nearing its end, and luckily for all of us, Ebo Noah's prediction on the global flood that was going to kill us all turned out to be incorrect. Well, knock on wood. Guess any day now could still happen, I suppose. Ebo Noah, for those that don't remember, was a TikToker who claimed he got a message from God that the world was going to flood on the 25th and he needed to build arks to save all the people and all the animals. So he started building some arks. But you know how the story goes. World did not flood on the 25th, and Ebo Noah was very excited about that, saying that his prayers were answered and God postponed it. And then turns out he also got himself a nice luxury vehicle. Allegedly, potentially, from some donations he had received from a lot of people panicked that the world was ending and their only way of surviving was to go to his arks. There's even video footage of hundreds, if not thousands, of people that showed up to his arks prior to the prophesized flooding. But luckily, didn't flood. We're all still here. No rapture either. That one also turned out to be a load of baloney. And as I look back on 2025, it's safe to say, boy howdy, it's going to be one for the books. And there's plenty of negative things to point out, but I wanted to focus on the positives of 2025 on a personal level. There were a couple decisions I made this year that have led to a lot more happiness in my life. The first, getting a farm. I cannot tell you how much nicer it is to live life outside of just the four walls you're surrounded with. As every tech company on the planet tries to do its best to get you suckling from their titty, like locked in your rooms, getting all your socialization through ChatGPT and other AI services, and as more and more things are pushing you to just stay at home, it's nice to buck that trend and be outside. And not to sound like your great-grandpappy, talking about how back in my day I had to walk 15 miles up a hill of fucking molten lava in order to get to school, that kind of thing. But I gotta tell you, there really is something about that whole outdoors thing. It kind of lives up to the hype, It does feel nice to just disconnect and, be outside and shit. I started running again recently. I got a treadmill and I run on that, but I've also just been running around outside too, which was something that I had not done for a while. For the last 10 or so years, it's been exclusively weightlifting. The main cardio I would get is pick up basketball, but I don't know, it feels pretty good to just be running for the sake of running. These old bones and the old joints, they may ache and don't appreciate it in the moment, but I know they'll thank me long term. And I guarantee I look like shit while running too. I bet my form looks awful. I probably look like a zombie from 28 Days Later. But it feels good. I don't know, it's nice breathing the fresh air and shit. So getting that farm, and I want to do a lot more out there with the land, with agriculture and shit. But just taking that first step has been very nice. Another thing that I did this year that's been extremely fulfilling is getting back to my roots. At the end of 2024, I recognized that I barely played any games for that whole year, and over the last handful of years, I've kind of weaned off of gaming without even really noticing. So 2025, I made a strong point to get back to gaming a lot, because it's something that's always made me happy since I was a wee toddler. So I even made a whole channel dedicated to it, Moist Critical Gaming, and I've been having so much fucking fun with that. I have played hundreds of games this year. Hundreds, not exaggerating. And I've still missed some bangers that have come out this year because it's been a stacked year for great games that have been slapping. But it's been so fucking refreshing just going through and playing some classic retro games. I played the old school Peter Jackson King Kong game, Sly Cooper, still need to finish the whole series. Of course, then I also did my Resident Evil marathon where I played every motherfucking Resident Evil game ever made, all 30 of them. It's just been so nice. Getting back to something that I used to love just feels really good. Good for the soul. And playing shitty games, oh man. Chef's kiss. It's never been so enjoyable. And piggybacking off of that, one other thing that I've been doing and making more of a conscious effort on is physical media. I think all of us recognize now we're in the era of you will own nothing and be happy. Corporations are pushing you to just basically rent shit from them. You get a permission slip to access something for however long they deem appropriate, but can revoke it at any time. RIP to incredible cartoon series that are no longer being streamed and you don't have access to unless you have them on physical media. And so I've been making more of an effort to get CDs and movies of things that I've always really liked. And I've been tinkering with the notion of doing the same for video games, but for video games, I'm just a huge proponent of emulation. Emulation is just absolutely integral to the medium because it is aggressively changing towards you own the idea of a game. It's all just imagination at this point. Fucking Ubisoft really leading that charge where they're just proudly with their whole chest saying gamers need to be comfortable not owning their games. So I am a big proponent of emulation. It preserves games. You have the games. It can't really be taken away from you per se. So, like, emulation's been amazing, but I also just love the idea of having the physical copy and playing it on the CRT behind me. But since I've been recording all of my old school gaming, that's kind of difficult to, like, record off the CRT. It can be done, but it's a little more of a headache. So I haven't really dove into physical media for my games yet, but I probably will take the plunge because it's just nice to have. Another thing, and I don't want it to sound like an advertisement, but this has been a huge part of my year, Cheeky Soap. I had no idea what to expect when we launched Cheeky last year because it was never meant to be like a product to launch out to people. It was something that we made for me, a problem I have. So I have psoriasis, and after a shower, feeling brutally dry and just accepting that was the way of life. But then like 2 or so years ago, I was like, there's probably a better way of doing that. So I learned about like bar soap being better for you than liquid soap, which I had used most of my life. And then while experimenting with a bunch of bar soaps, I figured we can probably do something better. So then Matt, Shane, and I started trying to formulate a much better bar of soap that's extremely hydrating for me. So that way when I get out of the shower, I don't feel like SpongeBob when he has his helmet off. That's always the reference I make because that is literally how it felt leaving a shower with psoriasis. It just didn't feel good. So Cheeky Soap was born just from that want. And then as we gave it to like family and friends, they really liked it and wanted more. So then we decided just to open up to anyone that might want it if anyone else has sensitive skin. And it's just done extremely well, like more so than any of us possibly could have foreseen. And it's not just for people with sensitive skin, it's just like people with normal skin that just really like high quality soap with, you know, all natural, good ingredients. It's just like people really liked it a lot. So much so that we even were able to partner with Chainsaw Man for the Chainsaw Man movie. Also Solo Leveling, and we have a couple more huge ones in 2026 because they all really liked the product. And then like a bunch of content creators that we really liked the product and wanted to work with us. So it's just been crazy with what's happened with Cheeky Soap this year. The one thing that I do want to mention, though, that I really want to set as a goal for 2026 with Cheeky is doing something about international shipping. It is just a disaster. Like, at first when we launched, we didn't even have it as an option because you pay more for shipping internationally than you do for the actual soap itself. It's such a fucking catastrophe with how expensive international shipping is in the current climate of everything going on. All our soap is made here in America, so shipping overseas is not cheap at all currently. And the only way to really solve that problem is to have warehouses overseas that have the inventory there so that we don't have to ship it overseas, but we're not at a size where that makes sense to do that right now. It's very expensive, but I would like in 2026 to be able to eventually do that. So that way, anyone that wants to order it overseas can do so without the crazy fucking fortune you have to spend on that shipping price. But anyway, like I said, I didn't want this to feel like an ad. It's just been like a really big, very nice part of 2025 with everything that's been going on with Cheeky. Another huge piece of 2025 that's just been amazing for myself as well as friends that have been working on it with us is the Godslap animated feature film. We have an entire movie being made for Godslap, our comic series. It is a traditional 2D animated feature film. It's animated from an extremely talented studio that I've been very hush-hush on because I want to wait until we have like a trailer or something to show all of you to reveal that. I am financing it out of my own piggy bank. Charles's purse here, so there's no like outside investment pulling the strings and like forcing things in there or anything like that. So it will be our exact vision, and I'm extremely excited about that. We just got the first 25-minute animatic in. It'll probably be about like a year and a half if I had to guess for the first 25 or so minutes, which will be on my channel here, totally available to everyone for free. After that, then we'll start production on the next like 80, 90 minutes, whatever it is when we get to that point. There's so much I want to talk about with the Godslap animated film, but I've been trying my best to keep the details to myself till we can show you it, as opposed to just, generate hype, which might be, months out before you see anything. So I don't want to go too deep into it here, but it has been a big part of my 2025, and it is extremely exciting, and I can't wait to share more of it with all of you. I could probably yap for quite a lot longer on some other things, but the other big one that I want to mention is my dad's 32 Ford project being completed this year. That was an extremely special thing. I know for him and Joe, his friend that he worked on it with over the last couple of years, but just seeing my dad so excited about something and putting so much time and effort into this project, building this car from his childhood, was so fucking cool to me. And he just recently took it to a car show, which he was really proud of. Everyone really liked it at the car show. So just seeing the work that he's done on that and seeing it completed now was another very special moment of 2025 for me. I guess there's no point in me blabbering for another 20 or so minutes, but even though there are plenty of negative things to point out about this year, I wanted to try and instead look at some of the positive personal things that have happened for me in 2025. And there's been a lot. And I hope for any of you watching this out there who are seeing so much bad going on in the world to maybe take a moment and reflect, see if there was anything good about your 2025, and maybe focus on that going into the new year. And I don't know, just something uplifting. I was trying to deliver something a little more positive using my own personal experiences in 2025. And I'm really hoping that you watching this also had some great things that have happened in your life this year that you can look back on positively in the midst of, a lot of not good stuff going on out there. Anyway, though, that's really about it. Wishing you all a wonderful new year. That's about it. See ya. We're going through the entire Panda Express menu, seeing what's best on it. So ranking every Panda Express food item like we did with Taco Bell and the other stuff we did.
It's good to be back. I mean, everybody's been asking for this.
Yeah, is Panda Express still popular?
I think it's more popular than ever before. And I'm not kidding. I see people talk about it all the time now.
Where?
Yeah, where are people talking about?
Yeah, I haven't
just heard online.
I feel like Panda Express with the malls going extinct has also been on the way out though. Because I don't hear anyone talk about Panda Express.
I haven't been to Panda Express in at least 15 years.
I was going to say, I haven't been to Panda Express in a long time.
It's been forever. And I'm a big mall Chinese food enjoyer. I don't eat that either, especially after I watched Aaron take the veins out himself. But no, Panda Express is legitimately 15 to 20 years for me. All right, so we got everything. It doesn't look like it, but we do have everything. These are the big platters, so there's a bunch of entrees in here, and these are all the appetizers in one. And then they gave us the nice little tiny packaging.
Yeah, I truly feel like this would be us ranking blockbuster movies right before they went out of business. It's I think we're so late to this.
This is our hit list. Yeah, we got spring rolls, crab rangoon, and egg rolls.
Panda Express crab rangoon, huh?
That's a big egg roll.
That is a big egg roll. Yep. That's some mall Chinese food right there, baby.
I have a feeling this all going to taste like that.
I think you might be right. Mm-hmm. It's fine.
When they give you one of these containers and they can't even close it because how much food they stuff in there, and then it's $8 and you know how bad quality that food is, there's just something about it.
Yep, that's a B tier. Are we ranking them like that, or are we just... I don't remember.
Whatever you want. Are you editing it because they won't pop up on screen?
No, since we're using lobs, it's going to have to be Chaser, Aaron. That's above my pay grade.
All right, cool. Yeah, I agree. B, that'll now be our baseline.
Yes, this is a spring roll.
Mm-hmm.
Very playful.
I like it better.
I do too. That's pretty good.
What is the big difference between an egg roll and a spring roll?
I think the wrapping and what's inside.
It's got to be the actual roll.
Yeah, the whole thing then. It's actually entirely different.
All right.
That was good. That's an A tier.
Mm-hmm. Whoa, wait a second.
Panda Express showing out right
now.
now.
Is there vermicelli in the egg roll? It's a noodle.
It's a noodle.
It's a little clear glass noodle. I like the spring roll.
Yeah, they're cooking right now. Crab rangoon.
I always eat crab rangoon the same way every time. If you have the dipping sauce, you grab the two, rip it in half, dip, eat, dip, eat.
You hate seafood. You eat crab rangoon?
Yeah, because it's not real. It doesn't even taste like crab. It's fried
Wow.
cream cheese.
Yeah, it's basically just a cream cheese bowl.
Man, that shit is some ass, though.
What the heck?
That is some poop ass shit right there. Holy.
That's fried cream cheese, baby.
That's terrible. It might get worse, though, so I'm going to go D.
That's crazy to me. As far as crab rangoon goes, not amazing, but that's still a B for me. That's just fried cheese.
I don't know. There's nothing about that hits nicely for me.
You probably needed the sauce with it.
I think it's probably just because I like crab. So I'm expecting it to be
not the
crab,
right
and it's
dish for
just
crab.
yeah, it's just really warm, thick cheese.
All right. This one has white rice, fried rice, dynamite sweet and sour chicken, honey walnut shrimp.
Nice.
So that's 2 meats.
All right, let's try the white rice.
I love white rice. Legitimately top 3 favorite foods for me.
Good. I'm glad they ruined it for you. That's not good.
I do agree with that.
No, that's give it a C tier. Man,
Yeah.
they did not try very hard there.
That was truly, they threw some shit in a pot and said, we're done. How's the fried rice?
Better. There's a little more love put into the frying of that rice.
A little more.
than this.
Still not enough love.
No.
I'm gonna go B on the fried rice, C on the white rice.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. All right, take a peek in there.
That chicken was kind of good.
That chicken does
The
look
chicken
good.
does look great.
So I want to start with the honey walnut shrimp.
Yeah, you don't
'cause
like
I want to
shrimp.
get it out of the way. I will say, I watched something the other day where somebody said this was their favorite food of all time.
The honey walnut shrimp from Panda Express.
That's a banger, though.
You know,
That's a banger, though.
that made me like shrimp.
That is a banger.
I don't like shrimp, I like this shrimp.
S tier. That is really good.
It's like honey chicken, but
Yeah.
it happens to be a different meat inside.
They're cooking when they said this is their favorite food. That goes crazy.
I think it may have been,
That is some Insano style concoction right there.
it may have been Josh, the like chef from Mythical Kitchen. That is really good. It's shrimp. If that was chicken, I'd go S. Since it's shrimp, it's an A for me,
That's
which
a-
is probably the highest ranking seafood I've ever had.
That's such a wild bias that you like it that much, but you're like, not chicken.
Well, the secret is it's deep fried and smothered in honey.
Yeah.
All right, this I'm excited about.
Dynamite chicken.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but
Oh, it's kind of hot. They weren't kidding. That doesn't fuck around. Oh my
it
god.
doesn't have a kick.
White rice.
I'm wondering if I can tank it.
You're probably done.
There's no reason to. It's okay.
No, you've been practicing.
I have been.
Here's that if you need to spit. I made some salsa with my tacos last night. I wanted to make some homemade salsa, but every time I make it, it's too much. It's hard to make a little bit of salsa. So I tried to lower it. I forgot to lower the peppers at the same time. I took a bite of that shit. Oh my God, just instant, like airhead.
I did it. I did it.
All right, we're getting back into spice. It's coming back.
That's the best I've done in a while.
You haven't had spice in years.
C tier.
See, you didn't like it?
No, it's just hot. It hurts.
Oh.
Painful. Tasted good though.
That is an A for me. I really liked that. You definitely need one of them to edit this because we have different opinions too. Oh. This is just like every other place that has a drive-through. They've added either a refresher or a dirty soda.
Palm pine lemonade.
Palm pine?
Pomegranate.
That's good. Oh, the double penetration. That's
I was
rare.
literally about to say that. That tastes like a melted Jolly Rancher.
It does, yeah. It's good. It's very sugary. Very, very sugary.
I'll put that in an A.
Yeah, give that an A. I like that.
It's either we haven't done tier lists in a while or Panda Express has come out swinging.
It's good. Like it's very good actually.
I want to try the watermelon.
No, we're done. We're done there.
This is why we don't do that. We have artistic differences.
Next we have the broccoli platter.
That looks good.
This is my kind of chicken right there.
That's sesame chicken, I think.
We've got chow mein, super greens. I'm assuming that's super greens. Orange chicken and honey sesame chicken.
All right, let's start with the super greens. Piece of broccoli. There that goes.
What is it? Is that like?
I've got the green. You've got the super.
All right. It just looks unappetizing.
Yeah.
Man, those are super greens.
Super green.
There's some green beans over here too. That's gotta be part of it. Super greens.
B tier.
I'm gonna go C tier. It's broccoli.
I like broccoli.
That's fair. Chow mein.
Chow mein.
Chelsea, there's a chow mein box over here for you. I think you said, I'll have lunch.
That's some lazy ass chow mein.
The noodles are a little too hard.
Very hard. I can feel the noodle in my teeth doing this.
Hands down, worse than all mall lo mein that you can get.
Fuck.
That's not great.
Definitely wouldn't recommend that. That's
Well,
a
let's-
D tier for me.
Remember how I said, man, I wish they would just put their honey walnut breading on chicken?
They might have done it.
They might have done it.
Oh, sinuses are flaring up. That was some hot ass chicken. Woo! That was
It's
it.
an interesting texture.
Oh, you don't like it?
I don't dislike the flavor. It just kind of like, that piece broke apart. It's like breaking as I bite it, but it tastes good.
Yeah, it's tender.
Um,
Falling off the bone.
That's what I was thinking.
I give it an A. I like the shrimp more.
I like the shrimp more too, so I've got to put this in B.
I don't claim to know everything, nor do I claim to be a particularly intelligent man. I often remind you, I know next to nothing in the grand scheme of things. But, if there's one thing I do know, it's diarrhea. I would argue I might know it better than most men on this planet. My asshole is a factory that never shuts down. I am a big-time shitter. So I've had plenty of diarrheic bouts in my life. Not that I'm unique in that respect, but it does feel like a familiar friend that I know all too well. And now, diarrhea's gone mainstream. I'm sure a lot of you have heard, or maybe, unfortunately, even experienced it yourself, the cyclosporiasis outbreak that's spreading across the country right now. It is everywhere, and it seems to only be growing. It's taking the country by storm like the Gangnam Style dance right now. And I gotta tell you, I've been having diarrhea since before it was cool.
More cases of a gut-wrenching illness that is caused by a parasite that may be found in raw vegetables and fruit. There's a lot of uncertainty around that. That's why I say may. There are new numbers that have just been released, and they show that there are now more than 3,000 cases in Michigan and Ohio, which are the hardest hit states, most of them in Michigan.
Not the usual suspects here in the spotlight for the explosive diarrhea outbreak. I imagine when you think of like foods that'll cause intestinal distress and have you voiding your bowels, all liquidy and shitty, you probably think of like really greasy food, really processed food, or just something that would like inflame the system or just, you know, cause a lot of havoc, a lot of mayhem internally. But in the case of the cyclospora here, the main vectors seem to be fresh fruits and vegetables. You know, the healthiest food options available. That kind of blew my mind when I learned where this was coming from. Because I eat fresh fruit for breakfast like every day. And now I probably will stop at least for a little while. Because no reason to roll the dice. Because it's not like you eat it and immediately have this happen. It sits for like, I read up to like 2 weeks in some cases before you start to just have your ass fall out, like have your whole butthole blown out. So like it's not really worth me taking the risk, especially like compounding it if I'm like eating fresh fruit every day and just getting more cyclospora in there, like all the microplastics in my balls being replaced by cyclospora parasites. Like it just doesn't feel worth it. So I'm probably just gonna pump the brakes on fresh fruits for breakfast for now. Not that you have to do that. I'm not your dad. You can make your own decisions there. But since I saw the update here, Florida does have some cyclospora here. At the Cyclospora E3 conference, they did unveil that it has come to Florida. Yeehaw. So I am just going to play it safe there. And you may have noticed that when talking about this, the reporter, as well as anywhere else you read, there is a lot of uncertainty and a lot of guesswork. Apparently, it's been very difficult to track and monitor and get all of this information around the cyclospora, which is so weird. I wonder what's causing that. There's some far-fetched crackpot theories, like some of the cuts to these agencies making this more difficult. You know, like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. making a number of budget and staff cuts as part of the old Elon Musk Doge initiative, which was a colossal fucking flop, by the way. The federal government reduced the capacity of its foodborne disease active surveillance network, FoodNet, which tracks several pathogens, including cyclospora, you know, the protagonist of this outbreak, by the way, Salmonella and Listeria. FoodNet scaled back monitoring for all but 2 pathogens last year. which all Americans had been asking for that. We all collectively said, we want to ensure that we are not monitoring these things we don't want to know. Let's get that shit off the books. Let's save money there so we're not paying attention to this kind of stuff. Funding has not kept pace with resources required for the program, the CDC wrote in a memo to the state of Connecticut, according to NBC News. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is a simple man. He sees roadkill, he cuts its penis off. When it comes to monitoring foodborne diseases, he does one of these. It's fucking useless. But don't worry, now that this is clearly blowing up, I'm sure RFK Jr. will do all he can to fight it himself. RFK Jr. will square off directly with Cyclospora parasites, him and his brainworm, in a tag team matchup in the Thunderdome, and he'll probably post an AI video on Twitter of him boxing Cyclospora to get it off of our fruits and vegetables.
That's right, Brianna. We're seeing more and more cases emerge. And what we know about the people who've gotten sick, some of them have been hospitalized. When you look at Michigan alone, where there are now more than 2,600 cases that have been reported, 44 of them have been hospitalized. And when you look across the country, there have been dozens more hospitalizations as well. In total, Brianna, 31 states across the country have reported cases.
Now, I'm sure you can downplay the significance of this. Oh, it's only a few thousand people and, you know, a handful of hospitalizations. Like, there's no deaths reported on it as of right now that I'm aware of. But why is that okay? Like, it's still like a super annoying thing. And I'm sure there's tons of cases that aren't reported where people just think they got diarrhea. They just got the runny shits from something bad that they ate, like a bad piece of shrimp or something. Like, I'm sure there's tons of other people that just haven't reported this because they didn't get it to a severe level to the point where they're concerned or hospitalized. So, what the real number is, who really knows, but this is like the official ones that we have at the moment, and it's enough for me to just be like, I'll just avoid fruits and vegetables for now. And there is nothing more synonymous with diarrhea than Taco Bell. So Taco Bell, kind of being the poster child for diarrhea, has been in the spotlight a lot here because apparently they have even been linked to the Cyclospora outbreak as well, at least in some loose capacity. So there's been some attention being turned towards them. Apparently, in the Detroit area, Taco Bell restaurants posted signs that they were currently unable to sell lettuce, cilantro, onion, pico de gallo, and guacamole due to a nationwide recall. These are just the bullet points here over, like, why Taco Bell is being looked at. And since there's been no specific produce grower or supplier that's been identified as the source here, and Taco Bell hasn't elaborated on the signs, they think that their produce may be connected. And since so many people have been sick in Michigan, that's one of the places that's been hit the hardest, and the hospitalizations, they believe that it could be linked to lettuce there. So right now, they're just being investigated, and they're not even being targeted as like the sole reason and the sole source for where the Cyclospora outbreak is coming from. But it's one that they've got their finger on the pulse of to take a closer peek at. I would imagine that maybe Taco Bell did have some compromised produce there, but I don't think that's where it's all stemming from. It's clearly on a much larger scale, nor do I think it's all just from Taco Bell produce and suppliers, the ones connected to Taco Bell. I imagine, just given the scope of this, it's probably compromised in a lot of places that probably aren't connected to Taco Bell's supply line.
Is because once someone becomes infected, it can take anywhere from 2 days to 2 weeks for symptoms to emerge. So health officials, especially those in Michigan, are really scrambling to identify the source of these cases. And the symptoms that Cyclospora infections, which is called cyclosporiasis, the symptoms of this illness include watery diarrhea. In some cases, it's described as explosive diarrhea, Brianna, as well as loss of appetite, cramping, bloating, nausea, fatigue.
That is something very notable about this. It's not just diarrhea. It is only being reported from the actual health experts here, like the officials. It is being reported as explosive diarrhea. And like I said, I'm well versed. This is a foe I've fought many times, that old diarrhea menace. I feel like I can only count on one hand the amount of times I've had an experience that I would consider explosive. Like dynamite stuck in my anus. Like, it must be remarkably uncomfortable.
Okay, so talk to us about washing fruits and vegetables, because the pictures that we're looking at here, I think is how a lot of people do it. They run their fruit or vegetable underneath a stream of water. Maybe they're trying to make sure they clean the surface of it. I mean, is that enough? Is there a soak? Do they need to use some kind of additive in the water? What can we do?
Yeah, so water is better than nothing, but to really be more effective with cleaning your fruits and vegetables, you can add a little bit of vinegar to create a vinegar rinse. So what you want to do, mix 1 part vinegar with 3 parts water in a large bowl.
This was another big thing about the Cyclospora here, is that washing the fruits and vegetables does little to actually get rid of them for the most part. Like, it can help from what I've read, but it doesn't, like, make them safe if the Cyclospora was there. It doesn't, fucking banish them to the Shadow Realm or anything. So now she's giving, like, some tips and tricks here about doing, like, a vinegar rinse, which I've seen reported elsewhere as well. That supposedly helps too. But again, for me, I probably just won't even bother. I would end up, since I'm fucking hypochondriac, I would end up just scrubbing the fruits and vegetables till it's just nothing, just mush, worthless, and wouldn't even eat it. So I'm probably not going to do that, but if you're someone that does want to try it, it looks like you can take matters into your own hands with like a vinegar rinse to help.
Well, it can be quite serious, and then it can cause severe dehydration if it's not treated in terms of maintaining your hydration. Luckily, an antibiotic that we know as Bactrim or Septra does have some positive impact, so it is partially treatable.
So if you do get cyclosporiasis, it's not like, you're shit out of luck or anything like that. There are treatments available. The big thing is the dehydration. From some of the hospitalization reports that I was looking into, that seemed to be like the main culprit that the concern was from, was like dehydration, because you lose so much doing that. So just making sure to rehydrate and treat that is the big one. But yeah, it's just one of those things where, like, it's not killing people, that piling up corpses in the street or anything like that, but it is still something to at least take seriously and be mindful of. I don't think anyone wants to just be having explosive diarrhea if you can avoid it. So just wanted to yap about it a little bit. I found it to be fascinating, and anyway, that's really about it. So yeah.
Lost a little bit.
Can you taste the elevation? What elevation are we at?
I'll let you know.
Like how many thousand feet? Yeah.
Oh, very alcohol heavy.
Sea level.
3,000 leagues.
Yeah, we are.
It's just salt water.
We're slightly north of the equator.
Hmm.
Would you agree with that? Yeah. See?
That's where Florida is.
That was impressive.
I'm gonna tell you something, and I could be wrong. This tastes like a Spanish wine. Well, based on the $10 Spanish, $20 Spanish wine we had earlier.
Fruit, though, would lead us to New World.
Which just narrows you down to like 6 other continents.
That's true. We're out of Europe.
Yep.
I mean, it's got to be a mid-level wine. It's not a cheap wine.
It's
There's
got to
no
be.
way. There's no way.
Metagaming this, it has to be mid.
But would you put it above that 450 bottle earlier?
Mm-mm.
I don't think so.
Mm-mm.
I don't think I would either.
I would go under.
It's not as smooth.
I'm guessing north of the equator, somewhere around 2022, 2023.
Might have been brewed in my backyard.
I know you do have all those grapevines.
Not to skew where you're going, but
Yeah.
I would have probably went like a 300 and 350.
I was going to say 260.
Oh, okay. So we're in the
Which I
same
said
like,
earlier
general
for
area.
something. I just guessed the wrong one.
Yeah, I'd be very comfortable locking in like a 260, 300 somewhere in there.
All right, which side of that? Because we
I would
wanna get
go
it on
like
the head.
I'd be going like a 300. Like
Let's talk in 3.
We like
I
it.
like 3.
Yeah,
I
it's-
like it.
I like it.
Yeah.
All
300.
right, number 8.
Come on, don't make me sad, Tyler.
It might be like a $600 one.
Oh, that would be fine.
No,
just
I
thought
gotta
it would
say,
be like-
there's a lot of learned experience here. So this is a 2021 Quintessa,
Okay.
which is a Rutherford Cabernet. Rutherford's a smaller AVA within Napa Valley, and it's $225.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That was not my spit bucket. It was my water bottle.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I couldn't feel
huge.
more proud at this.
That
point.
is awesome.
260 was like,
Yeah.
you guys are literally nailing the realm. This is a New World wine, $225. The cool thing about 2021 vintage, I kind of saved this to the end. This wine received 100 points from wine enthusiasts. So, as like wine ratings, 100 out of 100. They averagely shoot, if you're drinking 90-point wines, they're phenomenal. But to receive a perfect 100 score like this vintage 21 is a very
awesome.
special one.
I like this one.
I'm happy we got that.
Hey, one more cheers.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah,
let me
yeah,
hold it
bring
the
it,
right way.
bring
That was great work.
Wow, I feel like we learned something.
I always was under the impression that if you did all the wines side by side, you would taste minimal differences. I was wrong.
They're
I
very
was
different.
very wrong, for sure.
Very different.
Yeah,
Wow. Thank
Especially
you
in
very
different
much.
price points. No.
100%.
I enjoyed this maybe as much or more.
I'm gonna tell you, we've been sitting at a table like this for 9 years at this point. I don't think I've ever learned a thing.
Until today.
Today, change it. How would you feel about being our Somm and going out and getting all the Somm badges and coming back and teaching?
Good thing there's only going to be 4 gyms that we got to go through.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
It's the Elite Four. Well, no, that was a lot of fun.
Thank you so much for coming out for
Yeah,
it.
really
No,
appreciate
it's
it.
Great.
I know we'll see you again in 20 minutes for another wine video.
The TOC wine.
Yeah, you
video.
can check that out on the other channel. It may already be out or not yet.
Those are your options.
Oh, look. Is there anything you'd like to shout out?
I just, for me, I appreciate the ability to come out here and have something like within my profession be super fun with, great guys that I've already watched your YouTube videos and seen for a long period of time as I grew up, and to be sitting at a table drinking wine and kind of just shooting the shit over some great expensive wines and some absolutely shit wines. It's been a really fun experience, and this is kind of part of what I always like to say my job is. Like, we're just introducing people to wine. Like, you can make it pretentious, you can make it hard, you can say, oh, I know this, and you need to go home and read a book before you should drink wine. And I think that's not the case. Like, everybody should just taste wine and see what you like and then drink that. If you want to drink Moscato every day of your life, do it. Barefoot Moscato's good for some people. And if you get into the price point where, when you get in the price point of, $100, $150, and you want to have a special night or an anniversary or whatever, you can use this little bit of knowledge we gained today to say this wine's good or this wine is dog shit.
I am so excited to go to Pont the next time.
Yeah, we're gonna be experts. I'll come in with
Well,
a
you guys
monocle.
need to. I was gonna say you have to let me know before you come in, so we can. I'll just blind taste you there.
That would actually be
That'd be
so
so
fun.
You give me a price point, and I'll say, hey, tell me where we're at. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much
No,
again.
cheers.
Really
Of course,
appreciate
man.
it. Cheers.
Cheers.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah, hold on. We'll do it like a real training session.
Yep.
Get your body here.
Okay.
There you go. Much better.
You thought that was going in, didn't you?
I don't like. Here, you want to ease into it?
Yeah.
Ease into that. All right, sit on your bottom.
Okay.
There it is.
9-year-olds can't do this, can they?
Get up to your. They do okay. All right, get up to your knees.
Okay.
Same thing, just dive to the ball. There you go. Well, stomach. Avoid the stomach.
Yep, that's bad.
Avoid the stomach. That hurts.
Yep.
Pain management. Yeah, there you go. Use the ground as like the third hand. So one hand behind it, one hand on top.
Okay.
There you
There
go.
it is.
Oh, that was good.
All right, now I'm getting confident.
Stomach.
Yep,
Okay.
nope. That's
Still safe. Still safe.
All right, so we're shooting on Charles now. Give him a taste of what he's in for. Start us off. All right, do you have a strategy?
Just kick it to either side to be completely honest.
All right.
Get on the ground. Yeah, honestly.
Oh. All right, sorry. It's
We count
best
that
2
as
out
a
of
save.
3.
That's
Yeah,
a save.
I mean, I was there too. I just
no,
knew.
We count that as a save every time.
From the internet, hitting the crossbar is cool if you mean to do it. Yeah, just say you did.
Nice. He's reading you like a book.
Yep, I called it too a second ago.
Yeah. Oh, all right. I think unfortunately you can't really do the stutter step against Charlie because he doesn't go down.
That's
he's
true.
kind of immune to that
Going down
strategy.
does not do anything.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh. A little speed's all it took.
That was good. I was there too. I didn't go.
That's the one where you dive.
Yeah, I needed to dive.
I'm thinking the ground is the cheapest.
Yeah. All right, you're 1 for 1. You're 1 for 2. That's all right.
Tried aiming right. It didn't work.
I like it though. You're trying some tricky stuff with your eyes.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
good. Yeah,
yeah.
you're trying to throw them off. You're trying to throw them off a little bit. That's good.
Oh, tried to pick the side there. All right, so far I'd say Charlie is bested in you guys.
Yeah, I agree.
We all knew that would happen, though.
I know.
All right.
I'm not here to prove I can beat Scrubs.
Do you have a strategy you're thinking about?
No, I'm gonna be real. I think with my luck, I'm gonna end up just right in the face, unintentional.
Oh, almost got it.
We got some. PKs are significantly easier when they don't hit the goal. I will say that.
Oh, what a strike! There it is. Yeah. Yeah, no, that was sick. Oh, what a shot! That was confident. Holy.
Oh yeah, Chelsea needs to shoot.
You want to come take some? Oh, that was a good save.
That was a good shot.
That was just soccer.
Well, I think I'm not afraid now. I think that's the big thing. I'm getting warmed up.
See, if you catch a penalty, that's where you just like talk a lot of smack.
Okay, that's when I start talking
you're like,
shit.
Oh man, it's easy game.
Oh.
Fuck!
Wow, just came in and did that and then left.
Yeah, and then went right back to doing her job. Like it was a normal day.
All right, I think I'm too used to going to the right.
You didn't really move for that one.
Yep, that one went fast. I did say PKs I probably can't save in my defense.
Not many can.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Except for me.
Hey. Oh, you read it.
That was trash.
You read it.
You're in the Hall of Fame. I can't believe it.
That's where you take the ball, like it's glued to your hands, and just kick it.
He thinks PKs are hard. He thinks it's easy when like people are passing and coming up the field.
Okay.
Would you say that's easier than stopping a PK?
Yeah.
Okay.
PKs are that's like the hardest thing.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
Because that's just 12 yards out, one-on-one, home goal behind you.
Yep.
But if we want to take like actual shots, like if you want me to step out here and take like actual shots, we can do that
Yeah,
too.
let's do that. See, that's what I'm talking about right there. That's the kind of shit I save all day. All day. Good.
Dive.
Yeah,
Save.
I know, I could have had that. Okay, I've got a new strategy. Yep. It's a lot easier to say that.
What was the new strategy?
I was trying to get there with my foot. Oh my god.
Are you guys getting excited for you to try it? Oh, you were there for that one.
I was there too.
There you go.
Oh, that's a save.
I am right there.
If only there was a way to extend your reach just like a little bit further.
Without hurting myself, I agree.
Oh, what a shot.
Charles, I think he's found your weakness.
He might have. He did his
Outside of your body.
He did his homework.
Have you tried starting like on the post?
Well, it's cheating. Yes.
Hit it low.
Low.
Little dive.
Little dive.
Nice, nice.
I went on my stomach, but we got there.
That's all right.
That feel good?
Nope. But it feels good to save it.
Yep.
Oh.
You can
I
save
did.
that.
I could have, but I was ready to dive on the ground. My mind has one track. It's either am I diving? Yes. Okay, nothing else matters. And I was ready.
Okay, all right, you're good there. You don't need to go too far. All right, just have a ball, get in the line. All right, you're just gonna clear that out. That's good. We don't need that bad energy in there.
Oh, you heard that?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pre-game ritual.
So you're gonna tell me which foot you want to shoot with. Right foot. All right. So all it's gonna be, I might need you might be in the danger zone.
That's fine.
So all it is, just pass me the ball, I'm passing the ball. You come up. I'm just gonna lay it off.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You're hitting the shot one time.
All right.
Yep. So play it in. Follow your pass. Shot. Boom. Easy. Right foot. All right. Oh.
Whoa.
That was good. Left foot. All right. Never see it coming.
Oh, Matt's really getting into it.
You're getting under it really well, though.
All right, I'm gonna put the mid a little closer.
Yeah, a little closer. Look,
Wait, you just took it from right there. You're fine.
I'm good.
So with goalie, the closer that they get, you gotta close down the angle a little bit.
Right.
So it's almost like counterintuitive, right? Get closer to where the ball's gonna get shot at you.
Yeah.
All right, good. Right foot. All right, here we go. Ooh. Bring the shot down. A little closer to the goal too. Come out. No, no need.
Let's go right. Terrible shot.
Can you slide? Can you do a slide?
No.
Thought about it though.
Ooh.
Thought about it for a brief second.
All right, we're gonna do a cross drill.
Cross drill. I love that.
So we can get some guys in front of you.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right. Do Aaron chase on offense, you on defense since you're tall?
Yeah.
So you can be the one. Come in like kind of crowd the box. Make him fight you for it.
Oh.
No! I don't know the rules of me coming back.
You just can't use your hands.
Okay.
Just don't use your hands.
Goodness gracious, this whole fake Jim Carrey body double replacement thing is really gone kind of bonkers, huh? So, Jim Carrey recently accepted an award, a very big, prestigious award in France, and while giving an interview, people were quick to notice that his appearance looked very different. Specifically, his face just seemed very off compared to how it had always looked. And instead of going with the obvious sane explanation of bad Botox and cosmetic work and plastic surgery like everyone in Hollywood seems to do, and there are some botched surgeries that celebrities get that make them look like fucking facial animations from 007 GoldenEye on the N64. Instead of using like the logical explanation, people ran with something a little more extreme, that he had been replaced. They had fucking killed him. The deep state took him out back behind the barn and put him down because he was outspoken about like the establishment and stuff and how like evil and rotten Hollywood is, and he's talked about it quite a bit. So they thought, maybe they came in there and fucking Dr. Robotnik took care of him and now impersonates him here. So they went with this like body double theory, and then a makeup artist named Alexis Stone poured gasoline on that fire, making a bold claim that this was actually a stunt from Alexis Stone. That wasn't Jim Carrey, it was Alexis Stone in a mask. It was a big, pulling the wool over everyone's eyes moment, and then even posted a picture of the mask that was supposed to be the irrefutable proof in the pudding, except this mask isn't real. It's an AI-generated image. It's fucking clearly AI. But it didn't matter. That was enough for people to start taking the victory lap. We knew it! It wasn't Jim Carrey all along. Now we can only pray that he's safe. And we can only, with our fingers crossed and a banana squeezed deep between our butt cheeks, hope that Jim Carrey hasn't had his throat slit. It's like, I guess, I don't know why you would be so willing to just accept what I believe is pretty obviously an AI-generated picture of the mask. And also, if this really was an Alexis Stone stunt, it would be easily provable by having footage behind the scenes or pictures behind the scenes, but instead the only proof was 2 photos of Jim Carrey at the event and then this AI mask. And people were like, I knew it. Can't argue with the facts right there. Watertight. And then it also came out today. It's been confirmed by both Jim Carrey's rep and the organizer here, like the head of it, confirming that that was actually Jim Carrey. He was even there with like his daughter, his family, like it really was Jim Carrey. So the truth of the matter was, He just got bad plastic surgery done. He's had some bad Botox injected there, like countless other Hollywood celebrities. It's not uncommon or unusual. This shit happens all the time. I can't wrap my head around why this one was so big. I guess because it is so like uncanny, and Jim Carrey has been like outspoken about like Hollywood norms and stuff. I guess it is odd that he of all people would have work done like that, especially like very noticeable work. That is peculiar. But it is something that happens in Hollywood all the time. And it sucks, I mean, but it is what it is. And the links people ran with it in like the most wacky ways were mind-boggling. I saw a viral post about a picture of Jim Carrey from 2006 versus Jim Carrey in 2026 saying, "What happened? This can't be the same guy." I was like, brother, what the fuck? Did you just blow in from Stupid Town? It's been 20 years. He's kind of old now. He's getting older. And now he's like getting plastic surgery done, so yeah, he looks different. But even if he didn't have any work done, he's not gonna look the same as he did 20 years ago. Nobody does. Like, what the fuck is happening here? Now, all cards on the table, I do think there probably have been a few instances where a very powerful person or celebrity has been swapped out for like a body double, a stunt double, like once or twice here and there, but probably not like a permanent switcheroo, but you know, like maybe once or twice, you know, when Howard Lutnick has been in the Oval Office giggling anytime Epstein's name has been brought up, maybe it's actually Epstein in a Howard Lutnick skin suit, like that's the disguise and why he can't stop laughing every time that gets brought up. You know, maybe that's possible. But for something like this Jim Carrey situation, I think it's just so obviously Botox, because we've seen that kind of thing before where someone gets work done and it looks like they're fucking cell shaded out of Borderlands or something, right? Like it does happen. And the way he was like talking and emoting during the interviews, there's no way a mask could do that. There's just absolutely no way. But, you know, maybe you're not convinced. Maybe you think that Jim Carrey's rep and the award organizer are in on the scheme from the nefarious puppet masters pulling the strings trying to convince you that this is Jim Carrey when it's not. You know, that's your prerogative at the end of the day. Anyway, I'll show you some stream clips where we were going over the interview and comparing things and then looking at the Alexis Stone post for the evidence. But I think one thing's very clear. Alexis Stone was just trying to suckle clout from this whole thing, from the virality of all of it. What do you think about the fake Jim Carrey? We talked about it a little bit. I don't think it's actually a fake Jim Carrey, but he had that classic Hollywood work done to him, and boy howdy did it not go well. But I truly don't think that's like a body double or a replacement. I think it looks too close. The big difference is the eyes, but I think that's just bad Botox. Here, I'll pull it up.
Receiving their awards, and I was like, I'm dead. And I made mistakes, and I was like a novice, but I felt a lot of love, and I felt a lot of appreciation that I tried. Then I watched everybody like talking 1,000 miles an hour up there, receiving their awards, and I was like, I'm dead.
This isn't the whole interview, but it's from this clip here. It looks like porcelain skin, looks very uncanny. So people are speculating that this is a body double or Jim Carrey's been replaced. He kind of looks like the villain from Long Legs. Yeah. So the big thing people point to are the eyes. Let me show you. Because if you compare the eyes here compared to like every other time, it's very different. But I truly just believe that's the result of bad Botox, because that is a very real thing that can happen. So here's like older Jim Carrey eyes, and here's Jim Carrey during that interview. But that's just like a very real thing Botox does. People also said the eye color changed. Not really. I think he just has a lot more light in his eyes, so his eyes look lighter. I don't really think they've changed eye color or anything. Imagine your plastic surgery is so bad people think you got replaced. I know, man. Have you ever seen a good facelift? They always look like plastic figurines. That's because you only can notice the bad ones. So many celebrities have had plastic surgery and you just don't know it. It's gotta be reptilians, not stunt actor performers. Could always be reptilians, I suppose. That is always a feasible explanation. Look at Alexis Stone Instagram. They did a Jim Carrey mask that wasn't Jim himself. I don't believe that for a second. That sounds more like an easy marketing stunt. Let me see. Who is it? Alexis Stone? I mean, what is this the evidence? Alexis Stone is Jim Carrey in Paris. And then it's just 2 photos at the Paris premiere with no, like, behind the scenes or anything of the mask. If it's a mask, it should be super easy to show that, right? Yeah, there's nothing. There's no further info on it. It's just these 2 pictures from Alexis Stone. I can do that too. I can say I went to the premiere as Jim Carrey and just post this on my Instagram as well. It should be really easy for Alexis Stone to show that this is not Jim Carrey and it's actually a mask. The algorithm's got me by the sack right now. It's holding my peepers open, Clockwork Orange style, feeding me videos of horrible drivers now. I made 2 videos recently, one with that lady that wouldn't stop texting and driving and then crashed her rented car, and then one about the guy who wouldn't stop drinking and driving and crashed his car multiple times. And because I watched both of those videos, now I'm getting fed tons just like it. And I can't resist yapping about 2 of them in particular. This first one here is despicable. This guy should 100% lose his license forever. He should never be allowed behind the wheel of a vehicle ever again.
Me moving in the truck, but I don't think he'll say, hey, Al, I need to move in the truck, or if not, I gotta go, or anything like that.
Crash detected.
Oh my god, dude, I just fucking wrecked Israel's truck, dude.
911 assist.
Oh my god!
A 911.
Oh my god! Oh my god, dude! Holy Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh!
This guy's acting like a toddler in the backseat of his parents' car. He just has both hands glued to his tablet. Allegedly, according to the post title, he was playing Candy Crush on it. I don't know if that's confirmed. It could have been Clash Royale. Maybe he was trying to get some Robux or something. Who's really to say? But what's very clear is he is not looking up at the road at all. This isn't even distracted driving. It is the act of not driving. He is fundamentally just behind the wheel of a missile right now because he doesn't even look at the road a single time. He is just completely fixated on that tablet. And apparently it's not even his truck in the first place. He has turned this vehicle into a weapon. He is not operating at all. He just has his foot on the gas, fucking plowing straight forward come hell or high water. He is just playing on his tablet the whole time. This is like, I guess, what happens when an iPad kid gets their driver's license? I don't know. This is scary stuff, though. He truly should never be allowed to operate a vehicle again. I'd even go a step forward. He should never even be behind the wheel of anything that resembles a vehicle again. Like, even those, like, electric toy cars that toddlers ride around in, he shouldn't be allowed to touch one of those. He shouldn't even be allowed on a fucking scooter. And I don't even mean just an electric scooter. I mean even just like a push-powered razor scooter he shouldn't even be behind. So he crashes this truck that, again, doesn't even belong to him. And he doesn't even seem to care that he just hit another car, which has human beings in it. At no point does he ever even express any concern for their well-being. Instead, he just keeps reiterating, like, how bad it is for him. And then he starts, like, playing Bop It with every single thing he can find in the truck. Like, he just starts, like, fondling every single thing in that vehicle's cabin. I don't know if he was trying to fish around for the tablet because he can't be separated from it. That's probably what he was doing. He was probably desperately looking for that tablet. But you can hear him talking to somebody on the phone, and he just doesn't even seem to care that he may have just potentially killed people there. He is just only focused on, like, oh, jeepers, zoinks. I just wrecked Israel's car here. Oh, goodness gracious. Shucks. What a shame. This one made me furious. I don't know how it's possible someone would do what he did. Both hands off the wheel, staring deeply into a tablet like it's a fucking crystal ball that you're trying to see the future with. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about that douchebag. The next one here is a viral one. As far as, like, bad, distracted drivers go that I've covered recently, like with the woman who wouldn't stop texting, the guy who wouldn't stop drinking, this guy that wouldn't stop playing mobile games on his tablet, she is not in that category. She was filming an Instagram reel for Hit Me Baby One More Time and then crashed.
Hit me, baby, one more time!
So apparently the car slid on the gravel and then flipped over like this. And it came right after her saying, "Hit me, baby, one more time." So it was pretty crazy circumstances there. Now, I don't know if there's a longer clip that exists, like how distracted she was with the recording here. Like if she was doing like a full-blown fucking music video here for Hit Me Baby One More Time, her karaoke version of it. But she doesn't seem to be like overly focused on the phone. She glanced at it briefly, so it doesn't seem like it's to the level of like some streamers who are like reading chat and donations and shit and not paying attention. Though I do think just don't record while driving. That's the simplest, most obvious solution here. Just don't do things that distract you while driving, like fucking filming Instagram reels and TikToks and shit behind the wheel. It's just not worth endangering your life and the life of everyone else on the road. When I was younger, my perspective on it was a little different, so I filmed like a couple of like rant videos while driving a long time ago. And nowadays, I just wouldn't do that. I was under the impression that as long as you're paying attention to the road, who really cares if it's being filmed as well? But I wouldn't do that anymore these days. It's just not worth the risk at all. Just pay attention to the road. Now, she caught a lot of shit from people for grabbing her phone after the crash. Like, oh, look at this generation. They just have to get to their phone first thing to do after a crash. Typical. I personally find that take a little silly. Because I don't know how many of you have been in accidents, but it's a very panic-inducing affair. And typically, once you make sure you're safe, or if you got involved in an accident with others, you make sure other people are safe, the first thing you do is call for help. Like, in this case, it seems she recognized it was a single-car accident, so after she, came to, the first thing she does is reach for her phone, presumably to call for help. Meanwhile, people were clowning on her, saying oh, look, she had to make sure she posted her reel before doing anything else, when I don't think that was the case at all. I don't think the first thing she scrambled to do after being upside down in her vehicle was try and post the clip for some internet updates. I imagine she tried to get the phone to call for help. So I don't think this was a really odd reaction to what happened here from her to grab at her phone or something. Again, most people are going to call 911 in an emergency, which this is. I don't know. Maybe that's a hot take for me. I couldn't tell you. Anyway, though, just wanted to blabber about this. That's about it. See ya. A few years ago, I made a video covering a food review YouTube channel I stumbled across. At the time, it had 5,000 subscribers, but I was blown away by the quality of this channel. Very high effort videos that was produced here. Just very special. That channel, Joe is Hungry. And Joe has still been grinding to this day, more so now than ever, and I think his videos have only gotten better. So I wanted to hop back in the saddle here, another rodeo, to show you what Joe's been up to, because he has been in the lab cooking. A single Joe is Hungry food review has more interesting cinematography than the entirety of the new Supergirl movie. And there is just something so nostalgic about an intro like this. When I was first starting YouTube, I used to make intros just like this. Not with this kind of music, I mainly used metal, but when I started my own glitching clan in Gears of War, which was literally just me because everyone fucking refused to join me. I was confined to my own loony bin, so I started Chaotic Glitchers. I made intros just like this. When I started Fun Tactics, I made intros just like this. And I love to see that spirit carried forward. Joe is legitimately talented at editing though, so his intro may seem like Windows Movie Maker type shit, but his actual production here I think is very impressive. And it's by design. The Fuzzy Cat production intro here with the episode number being like that, with the very fun, zany spinning and stuff, it's to elicit that feeling that I feel like all of us know growing up with this kind of content. And this is a brand new video. This came out a day ago. It's so nice to just see that. I don't know, there's something very refreshing about it. You can't, obviously, a bit of a gut punch. That is heartbreaking to see that his cat Belle has sadly passed away. Belle is the Fuzzy Cat in Fuzzy Cat Productions. That's where the name comes from, I believe. So that was sad. But I appreciate the tribute that Joe gives to Belle. Having that stop motion in the beginning, I think was really cute as well. And Joe says the show must go on, and Indeed, the show does go on, and it's a wonderful show, Joe.
Well, hello out there, you hungry people. I can say that it brightens my day to see your smiling faces. Well, as they say, the show must go on, so we're headed to Little Caesars to try out their newest limited time offer, the Webberoni Pizza. Obviously a takeoff on the new Spider-Man movie coming out on July 31st. We're bringing it back. Do what we always do, right here within the city limits of Fairmount, Georgia.
Just a good old-fashioned classic showman here. He's playing to 3 different cameras here, keeping the angles interesting, addressing each and every one of them, presenting it, coming at you live from Georgia here. Like, I don't know, there's something just so fucking cool about that. He treats this not as just a YouTube video, but a show. And I love that. I get really invested into it. Like, I thought I'd been hungry at different points in my life, but I don't even know hunger like Joe does. Joe's mastered hunger. He's made hunger his bitch. And the way that he is able to go out there and review food in really interesting ways, like, he's like a surgeon when it comes to reviewing food. He gets into the minutia of it, and he keeps it so fresh and exciting, and he's zipping around so many camera angles, so much editing, boner jams out the wazoo. I get like a whole cinematic experience watching a Joe is Hungry food review.
Colin, thank you for your nice letter and supporting the channel. Brian, I want to thank you for your generous support. Jenna, happy birthday and congratulations for your impending nuptial. Danae, John, thank you for your support and happy anniversary. Ansley, Jacob, Raphael, Christina, I want to wish all of you a very hungry, happy birthday. Little Caesars Webberoni Pizza consists of 1 large round pizza, a web of shredded pepperoni designed to look like a Spider-Man web, mozzarella cheese, toasted 2-cheese blend, and a Spider-Man theme box. Now that's gonna make it taste better.
You've got to appreciate that he shouts at his community members like this, wishing them a happy birthday and such. That's just very sweet. And then he gets right into business. He starts laying out the cold, hard facts here. Gives you the Carfax on whatever he's reviewing. In this case, it's the Webberoni Pizza. I didn't know shit about the Webberoni Pizza going into this review, but with the way Joe describes it and lays it all out, giving me the ingredients list, I almost feel like I can build this motherfucker myself at home from scratch. And I'm not a Little Caesars guy, so I had no plans of ever checking out the Webberoni Pizza, but I just have to know what Joe thinks of it.
A single slice, and there are 8 of them, will pop you with 316 calories. I would have this information on the screen, but Little Caesars didn't see fit to share this information with their customers. If I get it at a later date, I will put it in the description below. Knowing all this, and you still want to try out one of these pies, be prepared to shell out $8.99 before taxes in Georgia. So let's get this show on the road and head on over to Little Caesars in Cartersville, Georgia.
You thought this shit was a game, huh? You thought you'd only get to see him take a bite of a piece of pizza and say, good, bad? Nah. When it's a Joe is Hungry review, you get the entire kit and caboodle. You get the entire journey. You get the whole process laid out for you. How long it takes you to get your pizza. What the pizza's temperature is. And you get to go in the passenger seat with Joe and multiple cameras. He's got so many fucking camera angles here too. He's even got the GTA 4 cinematic angle outside of the car. Oh, it's chef's kiss, man. And then you also get to see him fucking granny shifting and drifting around the corners here, getting in the drive-thru of the Little Caesars. Cool, calm, and collected.
I've got my beeper. Let's wait for the pizza to come out. Lucky 13. We're in the Little Caesars penalty box.
Bro, I love it. Watching him navigate the drive-thru, it's like the killer bean of food reviews. It's so hype. And I thought for a second he crashed his car getting out of the drive-thru. You can see as he was pulling out talking to us, he collides briefly with something. I'm pretty sure his tire just hit the curb as he was trying to steer that shit out of there. But when the car jumped like that, and you can see Joe go from hungry to confused, he's like, briefly, that shit had me giggling hard. So hopefully, it wasn't like a scratch or anything on the vehicle. And hopefully he didn't run over someone there. Like maybe there was someone laying down. They had passed out into a food coma, and Joe just fucking steps on it and speed bumps their ass. But if that is the case, it's a sacrifice for the, a high quality food review. Sometimes that's the price you gotta pay for quality like this. Now, if I did have any critique at all for the format here, I would just like Joe to not film the workers. So he has multiple camera angles, and in one of them, you can see the fast food employees, and they notice the camera, and they don't want to be on camera. That's my one critique. The one thing I'd like to see changed here is just don't show the workers. I don't like when content creators are using employees as props, which is not what Joe's doing. He's just showing the whole process here for the food review, showing himself getting it and what all that looks like. But in one of the angles, you can see the workers, and it's just something that I'm sure they would appreciate not being on camera is all.
Well, it's time to go get our pizza.
And Camus comes in retail market for about $80 to $90.
I should have gone lower with you, but hey, we did it.
Which is good. So if you're on restaurant costs, we're looking at about $200.
I gotta stop taking the restaurant.
It's okay. It's okay. I was in retail. You were in restaurant.
Right.
It's all right.
So the fun part about Camus is like as a som, I just had to bring it out because we hate this wine. It's probably like 70 grams of sugar per. I don't know that. That's not a quote. Camus don't sue us. Yeah, allegedly high sugar content, which makes this it's 100% Cabernet, less dry than the last wine, less dry than the first wine, and more sweetness. It has this baking spice and kind of a sweet characteristic to it. Which this is people's when they get into cab, they move here.
Gotcha.
Okay. All right, so that was by far our best showing, I'd say.
Yeah, and like we said, we get 2 data points.
Yep.
Yeah.
We step up from there.
You knew that it was in between the two. That is growth if I've ever seen it. Yeah, I mean, no one can argue in the end of it that Camus the production is insane. The price point is huge. $80 bottles of wine that they probably sell as much of this as any wine from Napa Valley. Wow. Maybe more. Other than the cheap $10 bottles, if you're shopping in the $80 rank, this is the most bought, most consumed, most gifted. Like Veuve Clicquot. Yeah. Veuve like love. Veuve Clicquot. That's every gift.
Oh yeah, bring me some cheese.
Cut them like shit. Apologies. But this
Perfect.
Is, Manchego, Gouda, Parmesan. So there's just little pieces, so you're not supposed to have much, right?
Mm-hmm. This just helps, cheese in general help coat the mouth. We have a lot of tannin, teeth sweaters going on. So you have the cheese, and it'll kind of coat your mouth a little bit of a fat.
Perfect.
Which matches really well.
I also put LSD in it.
Yeah, perfect.
Even
Goes
better
well with my tea sweaters.
Now I want to have one for sure.
I'll avoid the cheese. I don't want to contaminate my golden palate.
Shit. Should we do 4?
Give me 4.
Perfect.
Yeah,
We're on
let's do
4,
4.
right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
We are flying through this. You see the rust immediately?
No.
No rust? Oh, that's a really red color.
Yeah.
But around the bubbles, there's like a rust red.
Thank you. Let me take a peek. So you've identified rust, have you?
Maybe not.
Here, try my new technique where you're starting a fire with it.
Oh, you got to be careful because it's explosive.
Yeah, flammable.
Flammable is the word I was looking for.
It's always good to use a white background. Maybe I should have. But you can just use your hand. It's going to be a little bit lighter than the tablecloth we have. So you can see a little more color.
That's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
You guys look ridiculous.
I'm looking at my tattoos.
Well, let me see it over your tattoos. Wow.
That's cool, doesn't it?
It does.
This one
All right.
smells a lot more fruity. That has got to be a $6 bottle of wine. I am ready to lock that in 1,000%. That right there is 2 quarters. That is actual nothing.
Feels very alcoholic.
Well, it tastes like my left shoe. That is horrible. There's no way that's an expensive bottle of wine.
Now I'm nervous.
I'm just waiting for this one to be the expensive bottle.
There's just no way. I'm very confident, based on the 3 we've had, this would fall into this is probably an old world wine, but I think it's a very cheap one. I think this is probably your entry level to an old world wine. To me, because there's more alcohol, it's very pungent. It probably is cheap. This is.
I will agree. I taste alcohol.
Yeah.
Or just
Yeah.
like it evaporates.
Well, I don't taste as much alcohol as like 2 of the Napa Valley ones, but yeah, I would definitely say that is straight from Walmart's dumpster.
I'm down to go cheap. I don't enjoy this one, and I think we've learned we need to trust our taste.
What do you guys pick up like on the nose?
I'm not picking up much, to be honest.
Yeah, so I don't taste like it's like the idea of alcohol and like the idea of a grape. And nothing in between.
Just on the horizon.
Yeah, like on the spectrum of alcohol and grape, it's like present. It's like, it's
there.
Yeah, there's like nothing notable about it. It's just bad. Like they don't mesh well. It feels like there's a clash in the wine,
So
a battle.
you immediately said fruity though, and I'm not getting fruity.
It's
which I guess would mean old world. I think we should lock in cheap, but knowing he started to help us means we're most likely incorrect.
Just based on the 3 we've had, I would say this is probably the cheapest.
Let's say it's France or Italy or Germany if they make wine. How they get it here? Is it good?
Huh? It's getting better.
All right,
But
they're working on it.
Their reds are getting better. Their whites are great. They make Riesling really well.
Fair. That is very fair. They got to get it to the U.S., and that alone is going to cost more than your Barefoot or $2 Chuck. Is my thought.
That's fair.
But I don't like going against your gut.
No, I think you should go against my gut. I think I could be extraordinarily wrong and look like a fucking moron. And so if you want to spare yourself
once
from that
again,
fate,
it's supposed to taste better the better it is, and I don't like this, and you don't like this.
I hate it.
But how about this? We had a 50, we had an 80 or 90, we had a 400. What if we go in between those two? Because I really think we're going to be able to pick out the $10 and $5 one.
And I think that's what I did.
Okay,
So I think I picked out the $10 wine.
Okay, let's go $10 then. And if they're fucking getting old world wine for $10, the shipping's fantastic.
All right, we're locking in $10.
Lock in
This
10.
is going to be my favorite one of the lineup, most likely.
Your favorite wine or favorite to show us?
Both, I think.
Oh no,
we're cooked.
Yeah,
we fucked
so.
up. Oh, just that. Oh, 1995, probably $10.
So this is Le Pen,
$10,
which is about $4,500 a bottle.
If that is the biggest load of barnacles.
Is this from Burgundy?
So no. So
Okay.
that's one thing I didn't do. Burgundy Pinot Noir, super light in the realm. You don't want to have a lot of that. So this is a 1995 Le Pen.
I'm starting to come
getting
around.
it now.
Yeah, you're
I
getting
really
it
like
now,
it.
It
yeah.
needs some
Yeah, now I
time to
taste it.
breathe a little bit. We did decant, good amount of
Probably
time.
not long enough though.
Yeah.
Like,
You can
we
decant
rushed
for-
you.
yeah. You're gonna let this will breathe a little bit faster. So Le Pen is from Pomerol, which is the right bank of Bordeaux, and they produce 100% Merlot. So this is a Merlot, very soft.
This makes sense. I have
Secondary.
never liked Merlot ever.
Most people don't. There was a
Gotcha.
movie that came out, the Sideways movie, that actually ruined Merlot sales. Just from a quote in the movie that said, "If I'm going with you guys, like, we're not drinking fucking Merlot."
God.
So everybody thought, because of that, I'm not drinking Merlot. And it crashed Merlot sales. Le Pen, as well as Petrus, which is another wine that's very, very expensive from the same region. 100% Merlot floats around $10,000 to $20,000. And this one, the production of this wine is another reason why I think the sales are so high in cost. They produce about 500 to 600 cases of this wine, which puts you at about 7,000 bottles, give or take.
I cannot believe it.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I'm gonna finish this.
Yeah.
For sure.
That's the other cool part, I think, to mention here.
It was too hasty, that's all.
Is we're 30 years old. Like, this wine's 30 years old. As you mentioned, you just
This
broke
wine
into
was
that
born when
category.
you were.
Yeah, well, I'm actually older than this wine, but
Yeah. When were you
Huh.
born?
94.
I was
Gotcha.
94 as well.
93.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. We're all close.
Yeah.
Huh. It's those formative years that he had that.
Do you believe in reincarnation? If you answered no, well then maybe I can present some evidence to the contrary that might make you a believer. What if I told you the soul of Ted Bundy has returned and found a new vessel? He's on TikTok.
Excuse me. My name's Lori.
All right.
I just think you're one of the most beautiful girls I've ever met.
Oh, thank you.
Could I buy one of those things for you?
Oh, no, it's okay. I'll be fine.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I saw this video earlier today and it's a doozy here. So this girl is at a thrift shop and she started recording because there was some creepy guy following her around like a cartoon character that smelled an apple pie, so he's been like floating towards her, and now he's made his move.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you engaged with someone or involved with someone?
No, I'm not, but
I'm not either.
I'm only 17, so.
Okay, well, that's a good age to be.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not quite that.
All right.
You can hear how frightened the girl is here. She's extremely uncomfortable and just trying to be like dismissive so that way she can get out of this situation here. And the guy is unrelenting. She even mentions that she's 17, underage, and that doesn't faze him even slightly. He even says that's a good age to be. He's like, oh, interesting. Well, you know, good enough for Roblox, good enough for me. You know, on Roblox, you're allowed into some, you know, real spicy games over there. So, you know, it's a good age to be, I guess. I'm not quite that age, you know. Ha 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 ha.
I got injured about a month or so ago. My knee is kind of, I'll show you. It's kind of banged up. I get bitten by a tick, actually.
Now, this is where I drew comparisons to Ted Bundy. He's trying the fake injury riz here, which Ted Bundy was famous for. He used to, like, walk around on crutches sometimes or have a fake cast to lure in more victims, saying, like, I need help doing something. Clearly, I'm injured. Please, can you find it in your heart to lend me some aid here while no one else is willing to? The world is so cruel, and I need a special woman like you to come help me with these chores that I'm no longer able to do. And that's exactly where this mysterious stranger goes here, too. He starts by saying, like, are you engaged with someone? Very not normal thing to ask somebody, by the way. And then she mentions that she's underage. He's like, that's alright, what a great age to be. Hey, you want to check out my fucked up knees over here? Look at this shit. Look how gnarly this is. I got injured a little while ago. Look at these knees. Feast your eyes on an injury. Look at this.
Maybe you can guess which one is bad.
Oh, I have no idea.
You can't
No,
tell?
I can't tell.
It's the right one. Anyway, I live out in the country.
Unfortunately, she failed the minigame of guess which is my bad knee. It's a very tough one. Like, that's an old carnival game. There are no real winners there. It's pretty much a lose-lose situation there. This is just so unhinged, so he pulls up his pants to better reveal his knees for this little side quest. Like, come on, take a guess. Which one of these disgusting knees do you think is the one that causes me most issue? Well, you can't tell? Come on, it's clearly the right knee. Look at it. There's pustules popping on it. It looks like a boss's weak spot in Dead Space. Are you even trying to win this game? You can't tell? Look, I hurt myself. My knees are injured. This is no laughing matter. I need your help. Then he hits that classic, like, non sequitur moving on line of, so anyway, he just drops the most, like, insanity imaginable. He's just like, yeah, so anyway, I live out in the middle of nowhere. People will not be able to hear you scream. It's going to be completely isolated from the rest of society. I'm out in the country.
And I got a bunch of stuff that I was kind of trying to keep up on for work, but it's kind of falling behind. I'm looking for someone to help me.
Oh, okay.
It's a paying thing, but it basically involves getting my stuff out of the garden and processing some things like tomatoes and that kind of stuff.
Right. I'm getting a phone call. I actually have to go.
Okay.
There's a lot more to process here than tomatoes. I think this could have been like a full-blown kidnapping situation here, actually. This is disturbing. So, he's trying to pitch her now on, like, coming to work for him, like, to give him help with carrying things out of the garden and processing tomatoes on his land because he can't tend to it anymore after that tragic knee injury with that bastard tick that latched onto his beautiful knees. And he's trying to, like, lure her in with financial incentive, like it's a paying thing. He also tries to, like, butter her up by trying to, like, buy her something from the thrift shop. So it seems like, and some of the comments pointed this out as well, he is trying to prey on someone he believes needs money, so that way he can take advantage of that and, like, get them out into the middle of nowhere with him. It's like dropping money on the ground and, like, luring it in on the fishing rod, like that episode of SpongeBob with Mr. Krabs. I have to imagine it wouldn't actually be a job that you're signing up for if anyone took him up on this offer here. I bet they would never be seen or heard from again. This was like some like dangerous skin crawling riz here from this guy. Yikes. Very yucky. Good call from her to like minimally engage with it and then get the fuck out of there the second she saw an opening and an opportunity to run. Anyway, that's a creepy old guy right there. Just wanted to share that. That's really about it. So yeah. I just saw Black Phone 2, so I'll give you a review of it, but as you can probably already guess from the title, it's expanding to a bigger topic of unnecessary sequels. This is now the third sequel film I have seen in just the last 4 months that is completely useless. That is just a blatant cash grab off of a successful one-and-done movie. The triforce of slumber that I'm talking about with these snoozers is Nobody 2, Megan 2, and now Black Phone 2. One thing all three of these have in common is they're not horrible. Like, they're not really bad movies, but it is just so clear when you see them that they had to reach deep into their ass and fiddle around with their colon to pull this poop out here to try and find a way to bring it back so that way they could guarantee some ticket sales. Because those movies, Nobody, Megan, Black Phone, were all pretty successful and well-liked. And, you know, if something is liked, it means it can be monetized thoroughly until you fucking hate it. So, Hollywood doesn't like to leave money on the table. They had to try and find ways to milk these properties for all they're worth. Get in there and start fucking tugging on those udders till they fall off. So now Black Phone 2 comes out. Just like Megan 2, it's kind of a completely different movie set in the universe. Megan 2 went from like a thriller to a goddamn like Spy Kids action movie. Black Phone, I actually just watched it again. Well, I don't even remember if I watched it the first time around, to be honest, because I didn't remember anything from it. But I just watched it literally an hour and a half before seeing the second one, so everything was super fresh. I think it's a really good movie. I'm guessing I just didn't watch it when it came out because I probably would have remembered it. I watched it today. I liked it a lot. It is a missing persons thriller. It's not really a horror movie, but it has like some supernatural elements that integrate like a little horror to it. But more so than anything, it is a missing person thriller where a kid is kidnapped by the grabber, whom they're trying to make a horror icon now, which I think is so fucking cringe, trying very hard to ham-fist him into like horror culture. But this kid is kidnapped by the grabber, as he has kidnapped other kids and killed them, and he is now trying to figure out ways to escape. And he's getting some phone calls on the phone where he's being held captive from the dead kids, his previous victims, that are giving him little breadcrumbs, little pieces of the puzzle on how he could possibly get out. It's a very cool movie. Black Phone 2, however, has nothing interesting like that. It's kind of like Diet Freddy Krueger meets a season of Stranger Things. Again, it's not bad, and there's some cool shots in here. I'm going to get into spoilers. Here's your spoiler warning. That's out of the way. This one is much more of just a generic horror movie. Finn is no longer the main character, it's Gwen, which is fine, and I do appreciate that they don't just have Finn move on, you know, as if nothing happened to him, like he just doesn't go, you know, back to normal life lickety-split. He is still struggling with all of the trauma that he experienced from the first film. I think that is a very good extension of his character. It's set 3 years after that, and Gwen is now getting these nightmares, these dreams, which she had in the first film, and these dreams have expanded into something far more sinister, where she's seeing these 3 kids that were brutally murdered at a camp that her mother just happened to work at, and she's also connecting to her mother through these dreams. And that's an interesting expansion of the character from the first Black Phone, the mother, who had the same abilities that Gwen had, that apparently drove her mad and caused her to kill herself. And we get a lot more lore about her, which I do think is cool, but that's not the bulk of the film. The bulk of the film is, in order to try and solve the mystery of why she's dreaming of these 3 kids and what the mother's connection is, Finn, Gwen, and Robin's brother, Ernesto, they go to the camp to try and piece it together, and while there, the grabber starts infiltrating Gwen's dreams, and then it is fully, basically just Freddy Krueger, except a really incompetent version of Freddy Krueger. All of, like, the fear and the eeriness and anxiety that the grabber could cause in the first film, like all of the tension that would build every time the grabber was on screen is just gone in this one. Now he's basically someone cosplaying Freddy Krueger. So every time Gwen sleeps, she's encountering these kids, which happen to be the grabber's first victims. And I hate this direction that sequels like to go because, again, they have to scrape the bottom of the barrel because, well, the movies that sometimes they're making a sequel on were movies that were fucking fully closed off and benefited from some mystery, some unanswered questions. This one, of course, does what a lot of them like to do, try and flesh out the evil presence, when a big part of what made that presence so effective was not having those details about them. This movie fleshes him out a little bit. He worked at that camp with their mother, and also another character that is now working at the camp in the current day and age. His name is Mondo. And we learn that the grabber, he was nicknamed Wild Bill Hickok. So Bill killed 3 kids at the camp, hid their bodies, and now he's escaped hell and wants revenge, so he's going to kill Gwen to get back at Finn. And he also just wants to kill as many people as he can. Spoiler alert, he's very bad at killing people in this movie. He kills nobody at all. Despite having all that power and everything, basically what he does amounts to just picking people up and throwing them a little bit, or like choking them poorly. He swings his axe a few times, but he's like extremely terrible with his axe, so he doesn't kill anyone. He hurts somebody once, like he cuts Gwen's arm with his axe once, and then he just gets fucking blasted with a spirit blast that Gwen is able to use because she eventually realizes that she's dreaming, which means she can start to influence these dreams. So then she gets like a huge force push on him. And this is why I say it gets a lot like Stranger Things, because now she's fighting him like that. It's just so much weaker than the first one, and it's so clear that this is a movie that was made solely because they knew people would go see it off of the goodwill the first one built up. Now, these dream sequences are shot very well. I actually love the style where they make it all grainy and foggy, where it does feel very ethereal. And it's got like this really ominous noise going on. Like, I do like the way they distinguish, reality from the dream on screen. I think it looks cool. And I know this is directed by the same guy, so it makes sense, but it very much reminded me of those scenes from Sinister where he's looking at the tapes. Like, it was, an eerie feel to what you were seeing. But I think it was just so undercut by having Gwen be like, you fart-knocking, shit-biscuit, fucking dweeb, loser pussy, as she's like, battling the grabber in the dreams. I don't know. I don't think it worked very well. Now, I think that's a fine extension of Gwen's character from the first film, because she said that same kind of shit in the first one, but she wasn't doing, like, psychic battles with a demon in the first movie. Here, it just feels so goofy. Like, almost that the grabber's not even, like, a scary presence to them either. The way that she, and really everyone, is able to just, like, overpower him so easily. And also, there's, like, 2 other characters in here, Barb, and I already forgot the dude's name, but Barb and this other guy are also working at the camp. And the grabber, while he may appear in Gwen's dreams, he can also he is just there in reality, too. He just he's invisible. And he's skating around the ice, and he, like, hits them with an axe and kind of, like, fucks with them a little bit, but he can't even kill them, who don't even know where he is or anything. Like, even the people that can't see him are able to just blast him. Like, Finn eventually gets the upper hand on him while completely invisible. Finn cannot see him, and Finn is just bashing his skull into the ice. And everyone's just, like, mocking him and insulting him, like, oh, Bill, yeah, you're going right back to hell. It just makes him feel like almost a joke, Like, it doesn't, he doesn't feel scary or anything. That everything in the first film that was built up for this guy, all of the mystery and how fucked up he was and how unnerving all of it was, when Finn does kill him in that movie, it felt like such a crazy triumph, that all the pieces came together with everything that the kids on the phone were telling him, all of it he had to use to beat this guy. In this movie, all it took was Gwen realizing that she's in a dream, she can start to control things, so she fucking ragdolls this guy. And then Finn, once he like sees where he is on the ice because he got tripped, Finn just goes over and just absolutely just slaughters him like easily. Which, granted, that was like a core piece of what they were doing, is trying to free the souls of those 3 children that were the victims of the grabber that their bodies were never found. By freeing them, it would take away some of his power, so it made him more vulnerable. But a couple of things here. One, he was already being overpowered, like in the kitchen where he was going to like burn Gwen to death. 2 people were able to just rip Gwen away from the grabber, and then he just vanishes after she wakes up. And 2, when she falls asleep and it spawns the grabber, he is present in the physical reality. That is clearly established, especially like at the end of the movie where all the other characters can see where he is skating because it is leaving marks. And then of course he like hits him with the axe, even drags that guy around with the axe. He is there in the physical world once she falls asleep. Why would he even let them get near that lake? All he would have to do is the second she falls asleep, he would then go and just kill everybody else so they can't even investigate the lake to find the bodies and take away his power. I don't know why he wouldn't just do that. Instead, he would rather like monologue to Gwen and like show her the truth about her mother. Instead of... And he did make a point of saying like, you're trying to take my power, which gives me every right to defend it. Like, he does defend it, but only after they like are uncovering a body. Even though he clearly wants to defend it, but has done nothing to do so until it's like way too late. I don't really get why he wouldn't just stop them from ever getting to the lake in the first place. Like, it's not like Gwen kept him at bay or anything. When she would fall asleep, that is when he would spawn in. It summons the grabber. And he is there in the physical reality, just invisible. He could have just killed everybody before they ever even got to the lake while invisible. It just seems to me like he's pretty shitty at what he was trying to do. But I just really feel like everything that made Black Phone 1 good, everything that worked really well for Black Phone 1 is just abandoned in the sequel. But it's not a bad movie. Like, it is still an entertaining film. I think there are going to be a lot of people that go to this and enjoy it. I'm not really one of them. Like, I think it's fine, but after seeing Black Phone 1 literally an hour and a half before this one, it is just night and day in terms of quality of these films. Anyway, though, I really hope this trend of forcing a sequel to movies that don't really have a lot of wiggle room for it, I hope that trend starts to dwindle soon, because I'm pretty tired of it now. This is the 3rd one in only 4 months. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. A while back, I saw a pretty scary video of a baseball fan plummeting 2 stories onto the field during a game. And I assumed he either passed away from that or was like paralyzed. And I didn't hear any updates or anything for a little while, so I had forgotten about that even happening until today, where the first video that got recommended to me from this benevolent algorithm is a follow-up to that from a day ago. It's like the algorithm mind-freaked me, just jacked into my fucking cerebral cortex and knew that I never got closure on that, so it wanted to provide it for me so I would, finally know exactly what happened to this guy.
It's the terrifying tumble from the outfield stands. A baseball fan plunges 2 stories down to the outfield track.
Someone must have fallen. They have emergency crews in right center field right now.
The game comes to a stop. The players in disbelief. Some down on bended knee, praying as the fan is carted off on a stretcher. Now, that fan is breaking his silence for the first time, speaking exclusively to Inside Edition.
The title of the video spoiled it, but the fan he's alive and walking. I thought for sure, watching that fall, if he didn't die from it, he would be in a wheelchair, like doing interviews in a wheelchair. But he's not. He's up walking around. He did suffer extensive injuries, but it seems like he's doing a lot better, and hopefully it won't be like permanent, life-changing, down the road, debilitating injuries. Even the fact that he is up and moving around like this is unbelievable, considering the fall he took and landing on his head. Like, it looks like he lands directly on his neck and then just kind of like folds like origami on the ground there. That's a miracle, because that footage that's horrifying. That man ragdolls like it's fucking Killer Bean, and he hits the ground hard. He even bounces up off the ground a little bit, like that scene from iCarly with Gibby going from the fucking top turnbuckle of the set, blasting his belly off the concrete, which, by the way, was a real stuntman who actually got seriously injured doing that. It is crazy that he is just tanking that. Like, he just fucking took that on the chin. He ate that, and now he looks like he is on the road to recovery and will hopefully not be having any permanent lasting effects from it. I was so surprised, and pleasantly surprised, to see that.
What's it like for you to watch this?
I don't know how I'm alive.
Kevin Markwood's injuries were staggering. A broken back, a broken neck, a punctured lung, and every rib also broken.
I wake up with pain every day. My arm, I can't feel my 2 fingers still. I'm doing better than what I was, that's for sure.
So, what happened? Kevin says he jumped up out of his seat and got excited about a play in the game, but when he came down, he landed awkwardly on this railing, careening off of it and falling headfirst 21 feet onto the field. You almost do 2 full flips.
He's right, he does almost do 2 full flips. More like aerial cartwheels, but semantics, we're not here to talk about, trapeze acrobatics here, aerial maneuvers or anything. But yeah, it is a devastating fall. And like I said, he did have extensive injuries, and he is saying he does wake up with pain, but it's getting better. And those injuries that he's listing, those seem like things that he will be able to make a recovery from. And just the fact he's up walking, able to do these interviews, and just a cast on his arm is nothing shy of miraculous.
Yeah, that was bad.
This is the first time Kevin's been back to Pittsburgh's PNC Park since his harrowing fall. Kevin was at the game with his girlfriend and another buddy. Although Kevin was only 20 years old at the time and underage, he says his buddy bought him some beers that night. Now, the fall was ruled accidental, but his friend has been charged with supplying alcohol to a minor. Look, you can see his concerned buddy climb down to the outfield wall and jump off to check on Kevin.
I feel terrible because it wasn't his fault.
According to this police report, Kevin's girlfriend told detectives he only drank 2 beers before that fateful fall.
2 beers? Are we sure about that? Is that the accurate number of brewskis consumed this evening? I'm no super sleuth. I'm not, fucking hired private eye detective here, but he is shirt off, jumping up and down in the stands here. Something tells me probably a little more than 2 beers. If I had $1 for every time I heard someone say 2 beers when it comes to how much alcohol was drank before something happened, I would actually have close to like $1 billion by this point. 2 beers has to be one of the most commonly uttered statements in human history. Now, Kevin's friend, who spent probably close to $500 on those 2 beers for him, he did get slapped a bit. He got in some trouble here for supplying Kevin with those beverages since he wasn't 21. But I have to imagine that overall he feels relieved that Kevin not only survived such a freak fall like that, but also that he will be able to walk, like move on from this. Because it does seem like he cares about Kevin. Like he jumped onto the field after him to check on him. Like it seems like he very much was concerned, does care. So even though he himself did get into some doo-doo from all of this, I imagine he's probably just feeling relieved that Kevin survived this.
This had nothing to do with drinking.
No.
This was just an accident.
Right, tragic accident.
As for going out to the ball game again, he says next time he definitely won't sit so high up in the stands.
I hate to be, ye old Ebenezer Scrooge here, but I'm going to have to throw a flag on the play on this one as well. I'm going to have to challenge this. Are we sure drinking had nothing to do with what happened here? I have a sneaking suspicion it might have. I just feel like if alcohol wasn't involved, shirt probably would have been on, and probably wouldn't have been jumping around like he was on an invisible pogo stick. That just has all the telltale signs of being a little sloshed. He grabs that railing and then does that big jump, like he jumps on it. It reminds me of those wacky trampoline fitness courses where you have a bunch of people like holding a rail and jumping up and down crazy style on the trampoline. I just feel like, I think maybe the drinking did have something to do with it. And I also think that him being drunk most likely saved his life. I remember reading that in the events of accidents, the reason a lot of the drunk drivers walk away relatively unharmed is apparently because when the body is in the inebriated state, it doesn't tense up the way that it normally would. So by being all loosey-goosey, it sometimes is able to avoid catastrophic injuries, and in this case, a potentially fatal one. I think by him being drunk and all like loose, he was able to basically survive this and now walk away from it. Anyway, though, I wanted to share this here because I feel like a lot of people saw that video, like me, and just made the assumption that this guy is probably either dead or, paralyzed. And apparently that's not the case. Inside Edition has this interview with him. He seems to be moving around. He does mention that he still wakes up with pain every day, but that it is trending in the right direction. And it seems like he will, continue on this road to recovery, which is incredible. Actually, just incredible. So the algorithm said, Charles, you didn't get closure on this story. Here you go. It's a happy ending. Well, it's a happier ending than you thought it was. He's alive and he is doing better. So that's pretty cool. Wishing him even more healing and hopefully makes a completely full recovery. That's really about it. See ya. That's what it would sound like if I was being drained by a Dementor. Also just now realized that this is pretty zoomed in. You weren't meant to see Charles that up close and personal. Netflix just bought Warner Bros. 82.7 billion clams. That is disastrous. I think it's terrible. You saw the news as well? That's right. Netflix now owns Warner Bros. Can you believe that shit? I know. That was the last thing I was expecting to. What are you celebrating for? No, this is bad. Hey, you're preaching to the choir. I'm not excited about it either. Yeah, well, your sister seems to think it's not that big a deal. You tell her, not me. Had a long discussion on stream about it. We are entering the era where a few companies will own literally everything. And some people are actually welcoming it with open arms and open cheeks, trying to preach about why it's actually good for consumers for monopolies to exist. Which is crazy that we've reached this point, but there is so much corporate cocksucking now, it's become very common, that people will actually argue against their own interests here in the market. Now, we are seeing this happen in pretty much every sector, where some of the giants, the Goliaths in the industries, will buy up some of the other behemoths. So that way they become one absolute mega corporation, which owns so much of it. So it makes it a less competitive space, which means there is less incentive for these companies to listen to consumers and make quality products because you're not going anywhere anyway. They have everything. It's a bad deal for your average Joe Schmo because the companies will be financially butt-fucking you with no remorse because what are you going to do about it? They have all of the other products. It's bad. The only rare exception, the only unicorn in this objective truth is Steam, which I just made a whole video on, where Steam does have a de facto monopoly on PC gaming. It just has so much of the market on PC gaming. But it's not because it ever, performed any monopolistic tactics or anything like that. It got that position because it is literally just the best at what it does. All of the other options, all of the competitors are just significantly shittier, scummier, and a worse deal for consumers, so people willingly just choose Steam. Even though there is competition, most people flock to Steam because it is just the actual best. But, on the whole, monopolies are very bad for you and me and everybody else. Now, in the case of Netflix specifically, I am shocked anyone is pumping their fist about it. That makes no sense to me, considering the quality of Netflix originals is so all over the place, but I would argue mainly bad. You will get fucking 5 seasons of Big Mouth, irredeemable trash, coupled with a lot of other Netflix originals you've probably never heard of, for every one good show that they put out. You are mostly getting fed fucking poop ass. And yet, now Netflix will have even more IPs to deliver that level of stink with. It's not good, really. There's nothing to really look forward to there, unless Netflix has a huge come-to-Jesus moment and a huge shift in priorities, where instead of, trying to fart out as much trash as they can muster from their colon, They instead focus on like using these IPs for quality projects, but I don't see that happening. I don't think Netflix is a buyer that anyone should have any real optimism for all of the crazy amount of IP Warner Bros. Has under their umbrella, which Netflix now has unlimited access to. Warner Bros., of course, I mean, they're no stranger to trash. They have been in a bad spot for many years now. They have been producing a lot of garbage too. So it's not to say like Warner Bros. Is ruined. They've done a fine job of that themselves with how much trash they've had recently. But Netflix, I don't think is going to make it any better. Like, I don't think they're going to steer the ship more effectively or anything. Like, it sucks. And it's just a sign of the times where now we are going to continue to see giants buying up other giants, so then everything will be owned by a couple of corporations in each sector, which is bad. Like, that is a horrible thing, really. But anyway, let me show you some of the stream clips of me yapping about it, because I was really getting into the spaghetti and the meatballs of it. You think Netflix buying Warner Bros. Is a good or bad move? Oh, I hate it. I super hate it. But this is the way the world is going, where a couple of companies are going to own everything in sectors. It's just the way it is, unfortunately. An $82.7 billion acquisition. I also think this is now well, not the first, but the largest step in the death of movie theaters. Obviously, with Netflix owning Warner Bros., the movies are going to be hitting Netflix. I can't imagine they're going to be investing heavily into like a theater experience. So I think movie theaters are probably going to start being phased out over the next decade or so. Which makes me pretty upset because I really like the movie theater experience. But it's just never going to be able to compete with the convenience of seeing the new movies from your own home. Everyone's going to choose that now anyway, especially with Netflix going to most likely be putting all the Warner Bros. Releases on streaming instead of in theaters. So I struggle to think of any positives. Chatter that mentioned that now Netflix owns the Nemesis system, which is a video game patent that Warner Bros. Had fucking kegeled for the last like decade and done nothing with. The Nemesis system is from Shadow of War, Shadow of Mordor. Really, really fun gameplay mechanics. Love it. People have been wanting it for years. Warner Bros. Does nothing with it. Netflix owning it means it'll probably never see the light of day, because Netflix just canned their entire gaming division only like a year ago. So you're not ever going to see the Nemesis system and anything gaming adjacent that Warner Bros. Has had. They probably won't be doing anything with, would be my guess. It's such a shame. Yeah, everything becoming Netflix original is bleak. To be fair, we were never going to see it anyway. I know. Like, I'm not stupid enough to think that if Warner Bros. Stayed out of Netflix's paws, we'd somehow get a game with the Nemesis system. They had just canceled the Wonder Woman one anyway. I know. They're 100% still going to do Mortal Kombat, but that's probably it. I think definitely Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat's not going anywhere. I think there's going to be a handful of legacy IP that Netflix will absolutely still produce. Because they print money. Like Mortal Kombat. Even like the more weak entries into the franchise is still an absolute cash cow. Netflix is definitely going to keep pumping Mortal Kombat games. And Warner Bros. Has so many juggernaut IP that I have to imagine Netflix will keep pumping. Like, they have the gaming rights to Harry Potter. They have, like, the DC gaming rights as well, if I remember correctly. So they're going to keep pumping those. 100%. They're buying WB Games as well. It's everything Warner Bros., right? From what I was reading, they own literally everything Warner Bros. Owns, unless I've got incorrect information. It's an $82.7 billion acquisition. I'm so fucking excited. It must be kind of cool living life with that mentality. Like, oh, I watch Witcher on Netflix. I like that. And now Netflix owns Warner Bros. I get to watch everything there too now? Yippee! That's gotta be so cool. To just be able to do that. Please, Netflix, make a new season for Young Justice. Yeah, I'm sure Netflix will be able to make some quality products. Now, don't get me wrong. I have poo-pooed on Warner Bros. For a long time. Zaslav is a fucking moron. That guy is an actual homunculus. And Warner Bros. Have been spiraling for a minute. But you're crazy if you're trying to convince yourself that Netflix is somehow going to steer the ship better. But I'd love to be wrong. I would love if Netflix proved me wrong. I'll tell you that much. I would be very excited if they actually did good things with everything Warner Bros. Has. Honestly, Netflix monopoly means everything in one place. That just makes me sick to read. Oh my god. That actually just makes me sick to read. Oh, fuck me. Yuck. Netflix $79.99 a month with ads. At least it's all in one place, though. Will HBO and Netflix merge? My guess would be no. I would think with this acquisition, they will continue to have HBO Max as a separate entity from Big Brother Netflix. That would be my guess. Because they get to have their cake and eat it too. Because maybe an HBO Max subscriber isn't a Netflix subscriber. I don't know why they would even take the chance of, like, trying to combine forces there. Keep them separate. You get the double dip. Leading rumor is that Netflix is going to give Warner Bros. A 2-week theatrical release for all their movies before they hit streaming. Oh my god. And today, Netflix CEO said release windows will evolve to be shorter, so the rumor is likely true. Let me see that. I didn't see that statement from the Netflix CEO. 2-week theater run. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Ted says Netflix committed to Warner Bros. Theatrical releasing as Cinema Trade Group calls merger unprecedented threat. We've released about 30 films into theaters this year, so it's not like we have this opposition to movies in theaters. My pushback has been mostly in the fact of the long exclusive windows, which we don't really think are that consumer friendly. He said, AMC and other chains are looking to reestablish a 30 or 45-day window to energize movie-going that dwindled during COVID. Biggest chains often won't run Netflix films with truncated windows. The entertainment community and movie theaters in particular have been immensely jittery at this corporate combination given the streamer's short window, if any, as they cater to their streaming audience. Exhibition's biggest trade group, Cinema United, came out with a blunt statement this morning opposing the merger, saying, the proposed acquisition of Warner Bros. By Netflix poses an unprecedented threat to the global exhibition business. I mean, he's not wrong. The negative impact of this acquisition will impact theaters from the biggest circuits to one-screen independents in small towns in the United States and around the world. Cinema United stands ready to support industry changes that lead to increased movie production and give consumers more opportunities to enjoy a day at the local theater, but Netflix's stated business model does not support theatrical exhibition. In fact, it's the opposite. Regulators must look closely at the specifics of this proposed transaction and understand the negative impact it will have on consumers, exhibition, and the entertainment industry. Yep, so, okay, looks like they will be putting them in theaters for a very short period of time. Then to streaming. Do we know if they own Cartoon Network Studios, and Adult Swim, or does Discovery own it? I've seen tweets saying confusing things regarding it. Again, as I understand it, they own everything that was under the Warner Bros. Umbrella, so that includes things like Cartoon Network and shit like that. Again, that's just what I was reading. I could be wrong. It's all pretty fresh. I did read, though, that they might not have all the cable assets. And if that's the case, then they wouldn't have Cartoon Network, I don't think. But again, it's still a little too fresh, not entirely sure. Shows on them might get canceled. I'm going to tell you something. The shows on Cartoon Network are probably safer outside of the clutches of Zaslav. That man had been axing shows left and right. Cartoons, it was just a matter of time before that shit was thrown in the trash. That man was cutting shit left and right, front and center, day and night. So, there's plenty of problems you can point out. That is not really one of them. That guy had an absolute hate boner for anything animated. I'll tell you, anything animated is probably safer outside of his hands. What if they bring back Courage? I would fucking hate if Netflix brought back Courage. That shit would be so awful. I have no faith in Netflix, of all people, to make Courage, a new Courage that is still faithful to the vibe and the heart of the original. They'd have the big mouth animators work on it. Oh! Ugh! God, even just the thought of that. You saw Paramount is planning to do a hostile takeover bid for Warner Bros. Because I think their deal is better than Netflix. No, is Paramount trying to fight? They hopping in the Thunderdome to buy Warner Bros.? Let me see. Oh yeah, 5 hours ago. Paramount could go hostile for Warner Bros. Discovery after losing to Netflix. What's their strategy? Just put more money on top? Paramount was bested by Netflix on Friday in its efforts to buy Warner Bros. Discovery, but it may still appeal directly to Warner Bros. Shareholders through a hostile takeover offer. Why it matters. Paramount could argue that its all-cash bid of $30 a share is better in terms of both price and likelihood of regulatory approvals, although it would need to disclose more information about its debt financing. Both Netflix and Warner Bros. Discovery executives are confident they'll receive the necessary sign-offs for their deal. We've signed our deal, and we are running full speed towards regulatory approval, Netflix CEO Ted said. Netflix only agreed to buy Warner Bros. Studio and streaming assets for a combination of cash and stock after cable networks are spun out in a separate company. Paramount's offer was for the entire business. Okay, so this is confirmed then. So then Netflix is not getting their cable assets. A source close to Paramount said the company, which didn't have visibility into Netflix's offer until Friday morning, legitimately thinks it made the best bid and is currently exploring next steps. An operative word is patience. Fringe. Paramount also thinks its offer could look even better when the Comcast cable network spinoff begins trading later this month. It would serve as a market comparison to Warner Bros. Discovery stub that Netflix will leave behind. Paramount's lawyers have questioned the fairness and adequacy of the sale process, which kicked off after Paramount already had submitted 3 unsolicited offers. In a letter to the board, Paramount said the auction was tainted by management conflicts, including certain members of management's potential personal interests in post-transaction roles and compensation as a result of the economic incentives embedded in recent amendments to employment arrangements. That just sounds like fucking gobbledygook from Sore Loser there. It underscored concerns of board director bias towards a Netflix bid without considering heightened regulatory risk and potential value of a full bid versus a partial asset bid. That's a who cares moment, I would say, if you're on like the Netflix board, if you're more biased, or if you're on the Warner Bros. Board, if you're more biased towards Netflix, I guess. Not illegal to prefer Netflix over Paramount. Unless there is some kind of, like, legality to it, which I would be surprised. Worth mentioning, Paramount received help from Saudi Arabia for their bid. What? No! That's impossible. No matter who wins this bid, we all lose. Yeah, I know, that's what we were talking about. It's not a good thing. When it comes to the topic of aliens, nobody knows ball like I do. Legitimately, my whole life, my father and I have talked about aliens till the cows come home. When I was born, I feel like my first word, if it wasn't mama, would have been Puma Punku, with my father shaking me saying, Puma Punku, son, explain that if not aliens. So believe me when I say there are few people on this planet that are more seasoned in this subject than I am. So of course, when Trump made that post yesterday about declassifying alien information and UAP stuff, I knew 2 things. 1, Epstein files really breathing down his neck, doing all that he can to desperately try and distract from that. And I knew that 2, we probably weren't going to be getting shit. Like, I feel like what's going to be released in regards to aliens is going to be the same shit that's come out already about them. Like with the classic footage, like the Tic Tac, stuff like that. I'm not expecting anything really groundbreaking from this, if anything even comes from it at all. Yeah, no, I saw the Trump post about aliens being declassified now, after Obama went on a podcast and said they're real, and then somewhat walked it back. The whole thing on the podcast was, he asked, are aliens real? Obama said, they're real, but I haven't seen them. They're not at Area 51. There's not like an underground base unless there's a big conspiracy to hide it from the president. But he said they're real. Then Trump was like, he released classified information. And then an hour or 2 ago, he apparently made a post about, I'm just declassifying everything. Which is a really convenient distraction from all of the Epstein stuff, which is starting to boil over. That's a really good, like, emergency lever to pull. Aliens! I guess we'll see what they actually release. I have a theory that what they're going to do is the same thing they did with the Epstein files until recently, where they just keep repackaging old material as if it's new. My guess is they're going to do another dump of the same files that were released 2 or 3 years ago, with like the Tic Tac and stuff like that. I am of the firm belief that they are not going to release anything of substance. I just don't think so. I don't see it happening. Remember the small alien corpse? Yeah. That was a really fun hoax. That one was really goofy. Look at this goddamn weird alien. He's got like 3 fingers and 36 nipples. He's weird, right? Made out of paper mache. Do you believe in aliens? Oh, I 100% believe they're out there. I am just of the firm belief that they've never been here. I feel like if they ever have been here, we would never know because their technology would be so incredibly advanced. I just don't think we'd be able to even comprehend, nor would we ever even be alerted to their presence. Like, I don't think they drunk drive onto Earth and just spontaneously crash in Roswell, New Mexico. And I don't think they travel around on like a colander and fly around in Colombia. Based on the tremendous interest shown, I'll be directing the Secretary of War and other relevant departments and agencies to begin the process of identifying and releasing government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life, unidentified aerial phenomena, and unidentified flying objects. Fucking goober, these are the same things, by the way. They just switched from UFOs to UAPs. And any and all other information connected to these highly complex but extremely interesting and important matters. God bless America. P.S. Please forget about the Epstein files. Now, much like the Trump phone, there's no guarantee this will actually come out. This could just be more smoke and mirrors and him just giving this lip service to really try and divert attention away from things like the Epstein files or the glyphosate stuff, all of that, and put it instead on, aliens are coming! Aliens are... Everyone, look! Aliens! It's a pretty classic strategy. Listen, you plebeian swine, stop talking about Israel and Iran! Aliens! This is what we should be paying attention to and focused on, forget everything else. And hopefully most people can see through that, and even if, like me, you do care a lot about aliens and would love new information on it, I think you can and should be able to care about multiple things at once. So, hopefully that doesn't immediately make people just forget about everything else, but... who knows, I suppose, at this point. But I guess we'll see. I 1000% believe aliens are out there in the universe, deep in the cosmos, but I don't think at any point in our species' history have they ever paid us a visit. I don't believe they've ever driven past Earth and taken pictures or waved, and I certainly don't think they've ever stopped by Earth for a little vacation. I think those dirty bastards have no way of getting to us the same way we have no way of getting to them. The amount, it is incomprehensible, the technology they would have to have acquired to reach us. It's beyond our level of understanding, so even if they did ever arrive here, I don't even think we'd be able to process their presence, and I really don't think they would have crashed here at any point. I don't think, they fucking torpedoed their space cruiser into some dude's backyard and then, one of those perverts came over there and started molesting his butthole, probing him. I don't see that ever having happened at any point, and I definitely don't think we have any, alien wreckage or anything like that, or extraterrestrial beings that we're keeping on ice or anything. So I don't think, even if they do declassify some files, I don't think it's going to be anything super crazy. But I would love, very, very, very much love to be wrong about that. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it. That's it. See ya. There's a handful of things that can instantly make pretty much anyone's blood boil. Hitting your toe on something, or road rage, just inconveniences while driving. But few things can make you see red and ruin your day quite like animal cruelty, watching someone abuse their pets. It's horrific, and it immediately elicits a response of disgust and anger. Even the most calm person on the planet would lose their cool and go into a bubbling rage if they saw a video of someone beating their dog or cat or something like that. I know Thorfinn famously said he has no enemies, but he didn't see Aspen Cartier beating her puppy on a Twitch stream. That's what we're talking about today. A couple days ago, a streamer and I guess also rapper named Aspen Cartier was streaming, and then started beating her puppy because it got out of its cage. I don't really know how to even show you this clip because it is just animal abuse. It would get the video taken down, I imagine. So I'm going to try and cut around it to show you the very clear evidence of what unfolded on stream that she's trying to deny happened, which has become a very common tactic, I guess, in the modern day and age, to just say that what you saw with your eyes isn't real. Take my word for it, as opposed to what you witnessed.
I think we finna end stream out because this motherfucking dog, like, goddamn. I'm not gonna be on social media until February 1st, so. How you get out the cage? Fuck you, bro.
I'm going to cut it right here. This continues for quite a while longer, like another 15 or so seconds, of the dog screaming and yelping in pain with what sounds like her striking it. It then ends with this. What a fucking scumbag. That is a 3-month-old puppy, by the way. So, as a result of this being broadcast on stream, which she didn't seem to have any issue with on her end, she thought everything was, business as usual. What's the big deal? What? You guys don't do this to your 3-month-old puppy? You never heard of discipline? Hey, he got out of his cage. I gotta get him with the goddamn fucking Tekken combo. It's the only way to teach the dog about, not leaving the cage without my permission. It's crazy how it didn't even register that what she did here was bad. So, she did get banned for this, and she tried to defend herself by saying she didn't beat the dog, and brought the dog in as like a witness to explain that it's fine.
Why you beat the damn dog? I didn't beat the fucking dog. Is you beat? Is you beat up? Say I'm really small and I over-exaggerate. Say it. Say it. Okay, tell him. Tell him that you're fine. Tell him right now. I'm not playing. Tell them. Tell them. You're fine and you're for sale. Oh my God, he's so fucking dramatic.
That's her defense, that the dog is dramatic. Regular old Phoenix right here. Watertight explanation here. What an excuse. Pack it up, folks. Case closed. The dog was just being dramatic. Just disregard all of the very clear fucking haymakers she was dropping on the dog. The dog was being, just dramatic about it. You gotta rub some dirt in it, obviously. Fucking psychopath. Absolute lunatic. In this video, well, in the second video where she's got the dog on its back, it's very clear that this puppy does not want to be around her. It looks traumatized and afraid of her and is constantly trying to get away from her, which is why it's starting to, cry out when trying to remove itself from her grasp. Are some dogs dramatic? Sure. I feel like anyone that's ever had dogs knows that sometimes, for example, when giving a bath, they will sometimes get very dramatic about not wanting a bath. This is so fucking different from that. This is clearly a dog that is afraid and a dog that was crying in pain being hit. You can see it on stream. And you can hear a lot of really concerning sounds on stream as well while the dog is crying. This is a totally different situation. This is not the dog being dramatic. This is her being a fucking monster. Now, this blew up to such a big degree that the authorities were alerted multiple times about this, and they ended up taking in Aspen Cartier. They charged her with animal cruelty, and when authorities brought the dog in from her custody, they noted that it seemed to be in good health, so it doesn't seem like the dog has suffered any, debilitating injuries or anything like that, which the drooling worms that are desperately trying to defend her are really latching onto, saying, see, the dog is completely fine. She didn't beat the dog at all. Let me go ahead and sit you down here, stupid, since it seems like you just blew in from fucking Moronville. Them reporting that the dog appeared to be in good health just means that there were no observable injuries that they were able to notice, like a limp, an injured leg, something like that, when they went and got the dog out of her custody. That doesn't mean that the puppy wasn't beaten. You can watch it happen on stream. all that means is that the beatings didn't lead to any lasting noticeable injuries on the puppy when they got it. It still happened. It's not, like the fucking Tooth Fairy make-believe. You can watch her hit the dog on stream. It clearly was beaten on stream. And just because she didn't break its legs or something like a Kit Kat bar doesn't mean that the beatings are all of a sudden excusable or, not that big of a deal. It's still a big deal, and she still deserves these animal cruelty charges and a severe punishment. Her being banned on Twitch needs to be a permaban, 1000%. This is some downright deplorable evil shit here that she's done. Who knows how often she's beaten this puppy? All we know for sure is that it's happened at least once on stream, and that's one too many. That should never happen. That is awful. And she 1000% needs to be harshly punished with these animal cruelty charges. Anyway, I wanted to yap about this. That's really about it. So, yeah.
That's every problem.
Some
You
cheese,
could,
some lunch, maybe a little neck. All right. There's a good cheese.
No, I'm good, thank you.
On to 7. 7 of 8.
All right. I've cleared my head.
Yep.
I've forgotten everything I know about wine.
That's good news. That's what we needed. That's where we were getting lost. We knew too much.
And it was getting in the way.
Okay, this immediately, Matt. I don't know if you noticed. There was rust in there.
Rust.
Very
color.
rusty.
Look, we're on the same page. We're doing our little fusion dance.
Right.
We are one mind, two minds working as one.
Okay.
It's dark.
Yeah, hold it up to that light. That's not even red.
If you look at mine, kind of like SpaghettiOs, it says Old World.
When you're right, you're right. And she is chirping.
And it's not often.
Not aromatic at all, naturally.
We should have given him a notepad to be like, he thinks it's aromatic when we're like, it's definitely not aromatic.
Write my breakdown.
Yes.
That's pretty good.
I haven't taken a sip yet.
That's pretty good. That is probably one of the best ones we've had today.
It's smooth.
Very smooth.
If it's $10, I'm going to cry.
There's no way.
Or go buy 100.
There's no way.
No.
Like it's complex. We're not reading a simple short story. This is the haunting of Adeline.
Oh, it is.
600 pages of action.
Yep, kicking in the doors, killing 12 guys. A little bit of sexual assault. It's not a good book. Don't read it.
Bad book, but a long book is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
This is telling me a long story. I feel like this would be in the thousands.
I wouldn't be shocked if this was $1,000.
I don't know. I feel like it might be.
Oh, you think more than that?
I think it could be.
No shot Chelsea bought more than that. Like, think about it. He's only ever had 3 in the store.
You're so right, actually.
I don't think we can go above
That means there's 2 left.
He's also right.
They were sold out. This was the last bottle in the store. And the guy was like, well... Yeah, he's like, well, if you want to buy it...
I enjoy this.
Yeah, you're right. It's probably not more expensive though. That's a really good thing to go off of. But I definitely think this is like $1,000, $2,000.
Yeah, I don't know what that range is. I
don't
think
either.
this is for sure, in my mind, the second most expensive. I think we just hedge our bets. $1,500.
Yeah, $1,500 sounds good to me.
All right, lock it in. 1,500.
I'm watching learned experiences happen before my eyes here.
Oh, I see. He's proud. He's proud.
I'm proud.
That was like a proud papa.
Yeah. So this is Chateau Lafite Rothschild, 1999.
That's got to be good.
$900.
Oh, wow.
That's
We were right.
I would say
So-
percentage-wise, pretty good.
Based,
solid, right?
based on what you guys said, this is the second most expensive, which is awesome. When you're looking at this type of wine, it can vary. So $900 is for 1999, which they'll say was an okay vintage. Like, it produced good wine, okay wine. But when you're in this house, so Lafite Rothschild is a house of 5 houses. In 1855, they did a classification of Bordeaux. So in 1855, they picked the 4 best houses and then classified the rest as first growth, second growth, third growth, fifth growth, and said that this is the best wine that Bordeaux makes. In 1973, they added Mouton, which Chateau Mouton, and they added that in 1973 to make it 5 first growths. And this is a first growth. So in the pinnacle of the France wine world, there's only 5 houses that make the best wine in Bordeaux. and this is one of them.
That's
Nice.
Cool. Can I see the
So
bottle?
yeah, of course.
I love the face on it.
Yeah, so
that's the kind of thing that would make me, as you know,
yeah.
I've drawn two faces on my wine bottles. Then I would see the price and say, "Give me the George Washington."
So if you look at that and you look at the picture, you just want to say it's got to be pricey.
Oh,
It
yeah.
has to be.
100. Well, this is a little misleading, but yeah. That,
Honestly, it is. If you did that, it feels much more expensive.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah, that was good.
So the cool part about this one, in comparison to the Le Pen we had at 4,500, that's on the right bank of Bordeaux, which is 100% Merlot. This is on the left bank of Bordeaux. So we're still in the same area, but on the left side, split by the river. And this is going to be Cabernet dominant. So predominantly Cabernet, 26 years old.
Gotcha.
It's
That's
about
really good.
drinking age. Like this is when it really starts to show. You get a little bit of that earth, a little bit of the oak, a little bit of like herbaceous and black currant that you pick up. But again, it's smooth. Softer, the alcohol softened out, the oak's integrated really well. So this just is, it's just showing so good.
What is black currant?
It's like a fruit. I guess
okay.
it's
thought it
more
was
fruit.
Currant.
Yeah. Currant, tomato.
Okay. You wouldn't
tomato.
make fun of me if I said currant?
No, we don't make fun of anybody for pronunciation. Because again, is anybody here from France?
No.
Then how do you know French words?
One of the saddest moments in my life is at one point I took French for a very long time. I was near fluent. I could go to France, hold a conversation, do whatever. I can barely say hello anymore because oddly enough, no one in Florida speaks French.
Odd. You need to get into
Weird.
wine.
I am better at Spanish than I am French now, and it's sad.
Can you still read it?
I can read it. I can't speak it.
Read this.
Oh, he said, oh.
Yeah. This is an experience, which I always say. Like, one thing cool about wine that I add, this is the nerd portion, is somebody in 1999 picked these grapes. Somebody picked them, did the whole thing. Somebody in 1999, 26 years ago, made this wine, put it in a bottle, then let it sit. And 26 years later, we are in 2025 drinking it.
We are on YouTube posting a video drinking it.
Yeah.
And that guy's watching it.
If they are watching it, they're like, holy shit.
He might not even have a cell phone.
True. Very good point. That is really cool, though.
Yeah.
All right, one last one. You guys got to nail this one.
This is going to be on the nose.
He just said it when the camera turned off for a second. He will give us Psalm level 1 if we get this
Psalm
one
level
right.
4.
Psalm level 4.
Yeah.
He keeps saying he has the authority to do it.
I feel like it's got to be like a mid-level one.
Mid-level, for sure.
There's no way there's another cheap one left, right?
No,
There
and he
can't be.
did confirm that's second most
That was
expensive.
the second most expensive.
That's
No
either-
rust. No rust.
That's either a new old world or an old new world. We're right on that fence.
Can't teach an old world new worlds.
Oh no.
That one got me.
Very fruity.
Very
fruity.
Well, you gotta cheers the last one.
Wow. I just learned about the Switzerland ski resort fire last night, and what a devastating tragedy. At a ski resort bar, a fire broke out that claimed the lives of 40 people, and over 100 have been injured. As of me making this video right now, those are the numbers that are reported, and it is just heartbreaking. And what made me want to talk about it is there's a lot of videos floating around of people that were filming the fire instead of prioritizing escaping it. So there's videos of people that were still actively partying while filming this fire. Like, there's still music playing and everything, and people just not taking it seriously. They're busy filming it for social media. And I can't believe it. Social media has reached the point where it overrides people's basic survival instincts. To see people actively still partying as the entire building is being engulfed in a blazing inferno is unbelievable to me. There's multiple videos like this. So you can see tons of people's phones are out here. So you get like a whole 360-degree video of this fire building until it is completely out of control, which doesn't take long. That's how fire works. And then people panicking, scrambling to escape, but for some it was just way too late. 40 people died in this. It's fucking tragic. And I still just can't believe that people would be like filming and partying while something like this is happening instead of escaping or helping others to escape as well. Like maybe there were people that didn't know this was going on, and someone filming could have instead, let them know like, hey, we got to get the fuck out of here or something. It's so weird to me that we've reached a point where people would prioritize social media updates as opposed to their own life. You know what's a lot cooler than a few handful of likes on TikTok? Being alive. I urge anyone watching this to remember that at the end of the day, social media is not the most important thing in your life. Your life is the most important thing in your life. So anytime there's something like a fire going on, don't think of it as like a potential unique content opportunity. I feel like so much of the world has become incredibly geared towards like content brain 100% of the time, when it just shouldn't be that way. You should always be trying to prioritize your actual life as opposed to like your digital footprint and whatever you do online and all that kind of thing. It's just very, very sad to see this.
Celebration in the Swiss Alps shows the chaos as the deadly flames spread at a bar popular with young people and tourists. You can hear the screaming, people scrambling for the exit as the flames rip through the confined spaces of the bar Le Constellation. Swiss authorities say about 40 people were killed and more than 100 injured in the fire that began at 1:30 a.m. The cause of the blaze now under investigation.
It's extremely hard to watch that footage. It's gut-wrenching. Now, in the news segment, they mentioned that the cause of the fire was still under investigation. As of me making this now, it appears they have a lead on it. They believe that sparklers were what caused it. The sparklers appeared to have led to what is referred to as a flashover incident where the fire spread very rapidly. Investigators would assess soundproofing foam used in the ceiling and whether anyone needs to be held criminally liable for the fire. The sparklers they're referring to are champagne bottle sparklers. Now, I've seen this picture floating around, which seems legitimate, but in the age of AI, I can never really be sure anymore. But I've seen this in quite a few different places, including actual publications. But even still, I always take everything with a whiff of uncertainty because, again, it could be, phony baloney AI. But in that picture, the soundproofing, the foam on the ceiling, that does match what appears to be catching on fire in the videos that were filmed. So, regardless, it seems like it was the champagne bottle sparklers that started this incident, and it spread the fire very rapidly. It immediately reminded me of the 2003 Station nightclub fire, which killed 100 people, and the fire started in a very similar fashion where the acoustic foam paneling caught on fire during pyrotechnics. Here, the sparklers caught that foam on fire. Now, I believe the venue should be held liable. I do. Now, of course, I'm not a Switzerland authority, nor am I a fucking fire marshal or anything like that. I am a 5'6" homunculus layman. But I feel like if you are going to be selling champagne with sparklers on top, you probably also shouldn't have exposed, highly flammable foam paneling, where if a sparkler is raised a little too high, it can just cause all of it to ignite. That's clearly a huge problem and a big oversight to be combining these two things. It is a recipe for disaster. Now, I don't know if this was like the first year this bar did the sparklers and champagne thing or not, because if they were doing it previously, I'm surprised it wouldn't have happened sooner if the layout and the materials have stayed exactly the same. Like, that does seem to just be a glaring issue to have that there while also selling sparklers. But anyway, I saw in an article that one of the bar owners said that it's been inspected 3 times in 10 years and it passed the regulations. Again, I am a fucking idiot when it comes to this kind of thing, but that feels like a very little amount of inspection to be conducted over the course of a decade. I feel like, and keep in mind, I'm not the owner of an event space or anything, but I feel like in order to ensure the safety of patrons, you would want that to be inspected a little more often than 3 times in 10 years. A lot can change over the course of that period of time, so I just feel like in order to ensure due diligence and ensure materials are still up to code and everything's still, as it should be, I would have expected that to be a little bit higher. And I've seen people questioning, well, what are the regulations when it comes to this kind of thing there? Like, I haven't seen any reports on if there were, like, sufficient escapes, Like, maybe there weren't enough escape routes for people to exit in case of emergency. I haven't seen anything about that as of me making this video right now, so there's just a lot of question marks in the air. But based on the videos I have seen, it really feels like this venue will likely be held liable, at least in some sense, for the fire, because it doesn't make sense why they would even be doing these sparkling champagne bottles while having known flammable material on the ceiling. And it's not like the ceiling is like 50 feet high where it would never touch it or anything. You can reach it by holding the champagne bottle up a little higher than you normally would. Again, at least based on some of the videos I've seen. So, like there's a video of the guy hitting the roof or the ceiling that has fire breaking out on it, where you can see the paneling. He's hitting it while standing with his shirt. So you can easily reach that. So if you're selling sparklers, which can start fires, and you're surrounded by this not super high ceiling that is full of these flammable materials, that's a problem. So personally, I just can't imagine authorities coming back and being like, oh yeah, the venue's not at fault at all. This is actually, totally normal. Because it just doesn't feel like it should be. In that case, maybe we need to update the fire inspection protocol over there, because I don't think you should be mixing flammable foam paneling with fucking champagne sparklers. It's an absolute fucking disaster. And it's so tragic, man. It's just so fucking sad. 40 lives lost, over 100 people injured on what is supposed to be an extremely happy celebratory day. It's so fucking awful, man. Anyway, wishing the best for everyone affected, all families, everyone that survived it as well. Just terrible stuff. Truly awful stuff. That's really about it. So yeah. I remember growing up, there was a cliche in movies and shows where if a character would die, like clockwork, they would always say, but don't worry, they're not really gone. They still live on in your heart forever. And it's about how the character's memory and their legacy is able to transcend death. And they're alive to a certain extent because you remember them. It's metaphorical. But in reality, in the modern day and age, this idea can actually be literal. Thanks to technology! Did that scare you? Did that jump scare you? Does technology frighten you? Well, this one might. Thanks to our advances in one field in particular, AI, there are some fucking worms, some parasitic zombies out there that when someone passes away, they then get dollar signs in their eyes like Mr. Krabs because they can still get some usefulness out of them. They can parade that corpse around thanks to AI, where they can kind of like revive it with some of this like fucking forbidden necromancy so they can continue to squeeze doubloons out of their image. It's like Kabuto from Naruto, where he like revives ancient ninjas to use for his own gain. Except in this way, there is no semblance of humanity left in the corpses. It is literally just these husks, these like fucking skinwalkers that just only care about money, that will use AI to bring someone back so they can continue to make money off of them even after they've died. And unfortunately, there is no one that has been exploited more, both while they were alive in their elder years and now, especially since they've passed away, than Stan Lee. And unfortunately, Stan Lee has been like this golden goose that they continue to parade around. He passed away many years ago, and since then he has been fucking minted on the blockchain as an NFT. His Twitter account was still actively being used to peddle some dog shit. He's been used in multiple like crypto projects. It goes on and on, out the wazoo. And now Los Angeles Comic Con has announced that there is going to be an AI Stan Lee attending where guests can pay money to get a picture with AI Stan Lee as well as have a conversation with him. So fork over some clams and you get to interact with AI Stan Lee. Excelsior! It's exactly what he would want, I'm sure. The people that own his image now get to just continue to put him on the puppet strings and have him dance for them, where they can put whatever words in his mouth that they want. And of course, he has no say-so in it because he is no longer here. He shed the mortal coil quite a long time ago, and yet since then, somehow, there are still people that are using him to make money for themselves. It's just greed. I think it is so sick and twisted. And the company that owns his likeness is trying to prop this up as like a positive thing. So the studio that owns the rights to his likeness is Cartoon Studios, and the company that developed the hologram is called Proto Hologram, and they have big plans for rapid commercial expansion of its Stan Lee IP. This was a human being, by the way, that they're now talking about like it's the fucking E3 showcase and how they're going to be like unveiling a new console here. We got big plans for Stan Lee now that he's dead, and we can do whatever we want with his likeness. Yeah, get excited. It's big moves coming from our Stan Lee IP. How is that anything but ghoulish? Oh my god. Such as collectible cards and a refresh of his wax statue. Collectible cards. They're making a Stan Lee trading card game. Oh my fucking goodness. And of course, the hologram AI is part of the same push. So comic book fans can enter a special 1,500 square foot booth to interact with AI Stan Lee, who appears in the rectangular box. The AI avatar may even make a surprise appearance in other parts of the convention, such as a panel. So even when he's dead, he's still being put to work. What great news, Cartoon Studios. Wow, what saints over there. And if being trapped as an AI construct after your death for an eager audience feels a bit like something that would happen in a Marvel comic book, the folks behind the Lee avatar have already worked out a defense of the project. We'll never put words in his mouth that aren't in line with things he spoke about in his lifetime. This is according to Bob Saboni, who is the head of the Stan Lee division at Cartoon Studios. They have their own division at Cartoon Studios dedicated to figuring out ways to still use Stan Lee's image to make money off of him. Of course, with no say-so from Stan Lee, he is dead. So by the very definition, you are putting words in his mouth because he is not saying those words. He never said those words. He is not with us any longer. This is the worst goddamn defense of it you could possibly muster. No matter how you spin it, these are not his words. You can try and base it off things he said in the past, whatever, doesn't change the fact that they are still not his words and his thoughts. It's fucking crazy. They are all designed to just make money off of him. Fortunately, with decades of footage capturing his thoughts on so many subjects, we can build a voice that stays true. Not always word for word, but always faithful in spirit, context, and intent. Bull fucking loney. That is Barnack Hall. That is horseradish. The intent is just for you to make money off of Stan Lee. It's so sick, man. Holy shit. Now, there is some cases where AI, after an actor passes away, like, I can actually understand. James Earl Jones. James Earl Jones is the iconic voice of Darth Vader, and before he passed, he wanted, like, it was his desire to have his voice immortalized forever as Darth Vader. So, as I understand it, he did sign, like, the rights to his voice in AI form for Darth Vader. That is what he wanted because he always wanted to be remembered as Darth Vader. I think that's somewhat wholesome. That one I can understand. This is so far removed from that, you can't even make a good faith argument to compare the two. I tried to dig in to see if Stan Lee had ever, like, agreed to be, like, digitized post-mortem, like, we can get Bernie's through CGI or anything, because he passed away in 2018, which predates, like, the AI resurrection jutsu that we now have access to. So there's no way he could have ever agreed to that in the same way that James Earl Jones did or anything. So I was trying to see if there was anything that even, like, resembled an agreement like that. And the only thing I can find is that the people that manage Stan Lee's likeness, like his managers of the Stan Lee IP, agreed to using his likeness in media for the next like 20 years or something. So like signing over the rights to Stan Lee's likeness. But I don't know if Stan Lee was a part of that conversation. And even if he was, you have to wonder under what circumstances, because it's important to remember in the later years of Stan Lee's life, there were tons of allegations of elder abuse and manipulation with tons and tons of footage of alleged mistreatment from a lot of greedy assholes constantly looking to fucking pull money out from Stan Lee's ass every step of the way by any means necessary, come hell or high water. So I don't know for sure if he ever like explicitly agreed to it, and if he did he even know what he was agreeing to? Because again, a lot of things were kept hidden from him that Stan Lee had supposedly agreed to. Others had kind of misled him, allegedly. And now that he has passed, that is still seemingly the case here, where he is just not able to rest. They have a whole division dedicated to finding ways of exploiting Stan Lee's image, apparently, at cartoon studios. That's... what the fuck? Like, what? How, in any way, shape, or form, could anyone possibly view this in anything other than just greedy, dystopian garbage? Just let him rest, man. I think this shit super sucks. Someone can die, and a company can just come through, buy the rights to their likeness, and then just make an AI model that can spout whatever fucking garbage it wants it to. It's so fucking shameless to me. Also, looking into it a bit more, the rights to his likeness are actually a very contentious subject. It seems like it was a messy battle about Stan Lee's image after passing. So there's a lot of meat and potatoes there, but ultimately I guess it ended up in the hands of Cartoon Studios, who now has a whole section carved out to finding ways to milk Stan Lee's image even further, making a collectible trading card game, the AI attendance at Comic Cons. I imagine there will be another big Web3 crypto push for Stan Lee's image here, would be my guess, as part of their Stan Lee IP expansion protocol that they're excited about. I hate it. That's really about it. So yeah, I watched more of the World Cup this year than I ever have in my life. And throughout many of the matches, I thought to myself, wow, these goalkeepers are trash. I could have saved that. Which I recognize how irrational that is, especially considering I've never played goalkeeper or anything. Even when I did actively play soccer for years, it was not in goal. But I couldn't help but have that little devil on my shoulder whispering those sweet nothings in my ear about how I could have been the hero there. So I told my friends in confidence that I felt I could have saved a lot of these shots. And I was very upfront about never being able to save any PKs. I know for a fact that was just not in the cards for me, especially given my apprehension to injuries. Like, I have this fear of hurting myself at all times, which is why I move around like a geriatric old man. So I knew diving was already going to be hard. But I still felt I could save a lot of what I saw there. They wanted to put it to the test, so we got together with a professional and went to the Rowdies facility here so I could learn and see how I'd do in net. Spoiler alert, as I anticipated, diving was very hard for me, basically non-existent. I could only do, like, falling over, like, during the drills. And it's not just me. Diving in net is fucking terrifying. So on the other channel, Matt, Aaron, and Chase also went in net, and not a single one of them dove either, by the way. Like, it's a very hard thing to do. Also, I think I was the best goalie out of the entire group, statistically speaking. Also, even as a professional goalie, penalty kicks are just fucking brutal to try and save. Like, even against amateurs like us. I haven't kicked a soccer ball since middle school, maybe early high school. And even I was able to squeak in a couple stinkers on Jeff in net with PKs.
You taught me everything you knew. Time to use it against you. Well, that's not where I wanted that. Oh yeah? I can see the steam coming off of them.
So I think penalty kicks are just a fucking coin flip. You gotta guess correctly, and if you don't, even diving makes it hard. Because it's not like I was sending like a fucking 200-mile-per-hour meteor towards the net. It's just, that shit's brutal. And I knew that going into it. Like I said, I didn't think I'd be able to stop any penalty kicks, but I was convinced I could at least stop quite a bit of action from making it to the back of the net. Anyway, let me show you how the goalie experience went. It was a lot of fun. I learned a lot.
Hey, superstar athlete Charles here. I was watching the World Cup, and every time a goal went in, I thought to myself, I could have stopped that. It is, I recognize, very unlikely, but I was very convinced numerous times that had I been in goal, I would have been able to make the triumphant save. I used to play soccer back in middle school. I'm sure you've probably heard rumors of my misdeeds out there.
Now, while it is true I played in middle school, I was on the cover of soccer magazines in elementary school. That's when I was really in my prime soccer form. That was me at my highest level, my peak.
Yeah, I was a highly sought after soccer prospect. They were calling me Little Messi.
Oh, that looks like it's something.
How to handle crosses on page 34. I wrote the book.
There's legends told the stories of that.
Yep, the 5'6" Florida man phenom. Feeling extremely confident, and I'm joined by Jeff, an actual professional here. Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name's Jeff Atzinella. I played 9 years in Major League Soccer, made 3 MLS Cups, won a championship with the Tampa Bay Rowdies here in 2012, played 2 years with the Rowdies, and I'm in the USF Hall of Fame.
Told this in confidence to my friends who really had an issue with that take and wanted to put it to the test, so we brought out the professionals.
The exact sentence was, I really just think being a goalkeeper in soccer is easy.
I did use that nomenclature. I know, easy maybe treated as a slur in some context.
I told you he'd pull punches.
But I'll say this, confidence is key.
Exactly.
So you got the first step out of the way. Confidence is key. The rest of it's a little bit harder than being confident, but we'll work on those details. Perfect.
How short was shorter guy to you? Just curious.
About 5'10".
Oh, that's close.
Yeah.
So.
You're in the ballpark.
Yeah, and then how about that 4'10" goalkeeper? Everyone knows that was like the best
I
ever.
love when he jumps up and almost touches the crossbar.
Yeah.
Well, the goal is 8x24, right? So that's a pretty big range to cover.
Yeah.
But you know, there's little things like the angles and things like that will just get you dialed in, and you know, it'll be easy.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Just looking at it, I feel like I take up a good amount of space already in there. Well, you haven't seen me get wide and lat spread yet.
That's true. I haven't seen the full range of it.
Okay, now you look like a soccer player with your hair pulled back.
Yeah, Chelsea gave me the Holland bun.
Well, yeah, I think that's what Charlie kept saying. He was like, I don't get it. Erling Haaland has so many goals, I'd stop all of them.
I just kept saying this guy's so lucky.
He's like, yeah, like, that guy's really not that
If I know one thing about Charlie,
He's pretty overrated.
yeah. If I know one thing about Charlie, it's that when he sees a massive human like trying to do a header right in front of him, he's gonna go up and stop that.
I was just about to say, I thought this was a joke or something, but you gave me like pee-wee shin guards.
Wait, no, that's not your cup.
Nice, dude.
Yeah.
The hair really does make a big difference for you.
Yeah, because now you actually think I can do it, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I'm like, okay, you could actually stop. You're making me believe. The knee pads really make me believe.
Well, this is going to catch on soon. By the next World Cup.
Is anyone else gonna tuck it in? Does it look cool? No, I think yours looks cool, yeah.
I'll let you keep the tuck.
It's a classic look.
It's retro. I'm too used to hockey. You tug the jersey, everybody just makes fun of you.
Yeah.
Mostly Danny.
It's only because your pants are really big, so it looks like you're wearing a diaper.
Yeah, true. Like, not just mine, everybody.
With the gear on, we were all ready to go. I had my elbow pads, my knee pads. You know, you couldn't have blown my shit up with dynamite. I was so protected. Now, unfortunately, they didn't get the pyrotechnics in our walkout music, so we did this in pure silence. But in front of 50,000 roaring, screaming fans, we were here ready to put on quite the show and really put my delusion to the test. Overall, I was feeling extremely confident going into net.
Show me big dog in the net. There we go. There we go. Do you feel like you can still defend the whole thing?
I think so. It's not far away. That's pretty close.
Now, Jeff, do you have something like on a PK, like a routine where you jump up and hit the crossbar or anything?
So a little bit of this, make yourself look big, you know?
Okay.
He looks big. He looks big.
Stay on the line before they kick it, though, so you can't come forward until they kick it. Okay. So your feet have to be on the line, but a little bit, you know, a little intimidation.
Yep.
So I'm just going to kick this ball towards you.
Yep.
Hands behind it. You always want to try to do like a W catch.
Okay.
That's like the key. W catch right there.
Got it.
Fingertips, not palms.
Got it.
You want me to kick it or you want me to throw it?
Let's do a throw first.
Throw first, all right.
Feel it.
Easy.
Okay.
So I get your weight off your heels. There you go. Yeah, you want to be a little bit more mobile. There you go. All right, a little side to side. There it is. Easy. Easy game.
That's what I'm saying.
Easy game. Easy game. Oh yeah. All about the footwork. There you go. You are in the goal, so I'd probably come out of the goal. Yeah, because those are all goals. Yeah, so I make sure.
You fooled me.
But that's a minor detail.
Yeah.
In front of the line is usually ideal.
Yep.
All right, good.
Attaboy. Here we go.
Hey, listen. There's warm-ups. The hands were there.
Sounds good.
All right. If you're going to dive, you always want to dive forward.
Okay.
That's like 101. Because if you dive backwards, it's in the goal. And if you dive forward, it cuts down the angle a little bit more.
Okay.
Like being a goalie is all about angles. So it's all about like trying to cut down the angles because you're trying to limit how much the goal is behind you.
Okay. Is there anything ceremonious about how to dive, or do you just kind of like throw yourself at it? Like, is there a safe way to do it?
Safe-ish. So you want to land like, if you're going to land, you want to land here.
Okay.
And here. It's like you always want to land on your side. So you don't want to do like the Superman land on your stomach because that hurts.
Okay.
And then if you're landing on your back, that means you're diving backwards, so that hurts as well.
Got it.
So the idea is limiting the pain that you experience. So
Great.
Here. So if you're going to dive, right? Like if you're going to dive to this ball, you're here and it's step and forward. So like you see how like here, and here?
Yeah.
Like that's the way that you want to dive.
Okay. Like even just going like this is somehow scary to me. That's crazy. Ready?
Yes.
Good news for Scream fans, there's a new movie out. Bad news for anyone who likes good movies, it's not a good one. It's here though. Scream 7. The disgust you felt watching me do that is about how disgusted you'll be wasting your time and money watching this film. Most people don't like this movie. Most of the reviews aren't overly positive. I just watched it. I am also in that camp now. I didn't find a whole lot to like about it. We're just going to dive right in, get into the weeds. So here's your spoiler warning. The best part of this film is the first 15 minutes. The scene that you see plastered on the trailers, that is by far the best content in the film. It's the intro, where you have two people in a house, and it's, the house, and guess what? Ghostface is there and he kills them. And it's actually pretty tense. It's also pretty charming. Like, you actually care more about those two characters in that house than any of the other characters that you spend the rest of the movie with. They did a better job making you care about those two, connect with them, and actually root for them than any of the other characters you see from that point forward. Every character that you meet outside of, the core characters of Sydney and Gale, and here's your big spoiler, but I'm sure most of you have probably already seen this because it got leaked before the film came out. Stu, played by Matthew Lillard, also makes an appearance in this movie. Outside of these three characters, everyone else that you meet is the biggest throwaway nothing burger of just generic writing ever that just ticks off boxes of buzzwords without ever exploring anything about these characters, and you get actually nothing. They are just meat balloons waiting to be popped by the ghost face killer. That's it. Even Sydney's daughter, Tatum, the relationship between Sydney and Tatum is hardly explored. Now Sydney's an overprotective parent. Tatum kind of resents her for that, and now she's kind of rebellious. But they never actually even really talk or connect through a shared experience until the very end, kind of. It's just all of a sudden, Mom, this is really fucked up stuff you've been through, and now that I've been subjected to it, man, I really get why you were so protective all these years. It's oh, okay. Glad that resolved. But, there's never anything built up with, any of these characters or their relationships to one another. And every character that is introduced in this film, every new character, I shit you not, is here solely to be killed. You get nothing of substance with them. They get killed, and some of the kills are actually pretty decent. Especially in the tavern, there's a couple, moments in there that was oh, that was a really silly kill, but, self-aware silly. But, the character that dies, you probably don't even remember the fucking name of. They are the most... they have one character trait. For example, Lucas is the creepy guy. He's obsessed with horror films and the story of Sidney Prescott, so could he be Ghostface? Or is he just a obsessed weirdo guy? And then they also introduce two new characters that are working with Gale, and they're reporters, and they're into true crime and stuff, so they're investigating all of this. And they're doing like it could be Tatum's boyfriend. Or it could be creepy guy, but creepy guy maybe a little too obvious. Creepy guy loves this a little too much. Maybe creepy guy could be Ghostface. That kind of thing where it's supposed to be self-aware, but it's very clearly written by a 60-year-old man who clearly has no idea how people actually talk, so it's just really embarrassing and cringe to listen to. But anyway, like every character that gets introduced has one personality trait, and it is all they do, and that's it. You get nothing else. They hardly interact with each other, and when they do, it's very stiff and very bland, and then they die. And like I said, some of the kills are interesting, but that's all they do is just die. So this whole film is just, here's a kill in a sequence that isn't really intense. The sequences aren't that intense outside of the first 15 minutes. That ends with a kill that may be satisfying, or maybe it's just they got stabbed and died. There's a couple of those. But like, Ghostface racks up quite a kill count here. The KD ratio went ballistic, and yet not a single kill felt like it mattered at all. Because also, the main characters, like Tatum, forget about all of her friends. All of her friends die. They are brutally murdered. And she actually even witnessed her boyfriend getting stabbed to death. And she basically forgets all about it by the time the credits roll, and even drops like a hard one-liner saying, "I'm Sydney fucking Prescott's daughter." It's like, okay. Wow, this was quite a turnaround. What about all your friends and your boyfriend that has all been murdered? Like, I guess, whatever. We'll wipe her ass with that, I guess. It's just crazy how little they actually tried with any character in this movie at all. And I think it's important to have characters that you actually want to see survive. Otherwise, you're just watching a montage of kills and sequences that aren't exactly amazing most of the time, and nothing else. There's really just nothing of substance here. Anyway, though, I mentioned Matthew Lillard makes a return to this film. Kind of. This movie has some baffling decisions. Like, actually, shockingly dog shit ones. So one of the things is AI. And the way Matthew Lillard reprises his role as Stu is, you know, in the trailer where it says, "Oh, I'm not hiding, Sydney, not this time." Well, in the film, he then follows it up with a FaceTime call, and it's Stu. It's Matthew Lillard as Stu talking to her. So then the question becomes, is someone deep-faking this? Or is Stu really alive? So then her and Gail start investigating, and they're starting to piece the puzzle together. They go to an insane asylum because one of the Ghostface killers that they actually were able to kill, Gail hit him with a car, like literally a joke moment where Gail just flattens this fucking guy. They get out and they're like, "Oh, vehicular manslaughter. Didn't expect that today." They just murdered a guy. It was Ghostface, obviously, but they kill this guy, they unmask him, and everyone just goes, "Who the fuck is that?" And it's just some escaped psychotic guy from the loony bin who, I guess, just out of nowhere decided he wanted to kill Sydney Prescott and her family, kill the daughter, kill the husband, kill everyone as Ghostface. So they tie it back to the insane asylum, the ward, and that's when they talk to one of the guys there who's like, "Oh yeah, no, that guy, he was a bad guy, but he was also friends with that guy on your phone you just showed me a picture of. That's John." So now they're like, "Oh my god, Stu's really alive, it's John." But they're also still not entirely convinced. So Tatum, her boyfriend, forgot his name, Ben? It might be Ben. I don't know, it's either Ben or fucking Jerichomo or something, I have no idea. It shows what a good job this movie did of making you actually pay attention to these characters or care about them. But they've said multiple times that this guy, her boyfriend, is really good with technology, so it could be him deep-faking Stu, because it's really unlikely Stu's still alive. And then Tatum even discovers that he was deep-faking himself as Stu, and he's like, "Wait, no, I can explain, babe. I was just seeing if the technology can do that, if it's even possible," and she beats him with a laptop. Turns out, wasn't him. He really was just seeing if it was AI. He dies in the next scene. Completely worthless. Again, completely worthless. And every single time these characters are together, it's a battle of who can make the dumbest decisions fastest. So all these characters, all of her friends, and even like the investigative reporters that work with Gail, when they are interacting with the group of friends, they all just make the worst decisions and even call out how stupid their decisions are while making them right before dying. And it's like, okay, that doesn't make it better. It's still just annoying to watch. It's so tropey, and at this point, it's just lazy. Like, you know it's lazy, but you don't care. You're just fucking sending it. Like, you're insulting the intelligence of the audience. It doesn't make up for trash. It's crazy how dumb the decisions are. For example, like Tatum, when she's getting ganked by Ghostface and her mom's on the phone. It's like, you gotta shoot him through the wall, shoot him now. And she shoots him a bunch and he goes down. Well, she then, like, unblockades the door and goes out to try and finish the job. And then that's when she gets captured. But it's like, why did you bother doing that? You just saw shooting him through the wall worked. If you want to finish him off, just keep shooting him through the wall, I guess. Just dump the mag. You don't have to go out there and put yourself in danger again. And in the theater, the entire auditorium just sighed collectively when she started moving like the furniture away from the door to go out there. Because it was just very obvious what was going to happen next. And like decisions like that happen constantly in this movie. Constantly. Now anyway, by far, the worst moment of this film is the ending. The entire ending, like the last 10-ish minutes or so. Actually, it's closer to 20 because the villain gives an extremely long-winded monologue. Because it turns out it was 3 ghost face killers, and you don't know fucking anything about any of them. They are random people. So, one of them is the guy from the asylum that got hit by the car. And it turns out he was friends with 2 other people in that asylum. A woman and a man. The guy I don't remember the name of, but he was like an employee there and they befriended each other and then loved Stab, which plays a crucial role in here. Because half of this film is dedicated to just regurgitating everything that happened in previous Scream films, just lore dropping everything that happened. So even if you've never seen a Scream film, you probably know scene for scene, bar for bar, what happened in Scream 1, because they do not shut the fuck up about it and just dropping all this nostalgia bait and everything, and even making a mention of, yeah, you know, if I was making a new slasher film, I would be doing a lot of nostalgia baiting. And it's like, yeah, that's exactly what this whole film has been. That doesn't make it better. There's still nothing here. Like, they even call it out and still do it. It's so annoying. It's not meta. It's just lazy. Anyway, though, this guy's going through, like, how much they love the, you know, Stab, everything that happened with the Prescott story. And then the other friend is Jessica, who's actually Sydney's neighbor, a family friend. And it turns out she had an abusive husband and became obsessed with the story of Sidney Prescott through, like, her book and everything. And eventually worked up the courage to kill her husband and then resented Sidney because she didn't go to New York and thought she was, like, you know, weak for it. And then she became just crazy and checked herself into an asylum where she met the other 2. And they cooked up this plan to basically make Sidney 2.0 or, you know, kill Sidney, that kind of thing. It's a stupid fucking conclusion where they reveal the killers. It was very, very awful. And I also think most people are going to guess that the guy at the insane asylum that they meet, who was like a weirdo briefly, where he talked about John, I think most people will be like, yeah, that guy's probably in on it in some way. Because they made that pretty fucking obvious. But I don't think anyone will expect how stupid it is. And it turns out, prior to working at that asylum, he was like a Google engineer or something with AI, which is how he was deep faking Stu's face onto his videos and Jessica's videos that they were interacting with Sydney on. It sucks, man. And also, there's a big point about you have to shoot them in the head. That's what Sydney keeps telling the Tatum, her daughter. Shoot them in the head. Because if you don't, they're like zombies. They always survive. And that happens actually 3 times, I think, of them getting shot everywhere but the head, and then they just disappear and they're still alive. So they act like they are literally zombies. Movie sucks. The movie's just not very good. Like I said, the first 15 minutes, I actually was very surprised that anyone was like shitting on this film, because like, this is a very solid 15 minutes. I'm really enjoying this so far. And then after that, it became very clear the big problem with this movie. All the problems became very clear. And I'm just shocked that this is the film they released, to be honest, because Scream's always been pretty solid. I haven't really watched the Scream movie and been like, damn, that was terrible. Until this one. This one really had me go, damn, that just wasn't very good. So yeah, anyway, that's really about it. See ya. It's that time again. About every 6 months, like clockwork, there's a new horror movie that comes out that gets the buzz that it's the scariest movie ever made. Hope you brought your diaper, because you're gonna be pissing those britches after how scary this one is. Like with long legs and all of that. And time again, it's usually just like it was an alright movie. just marketing buzz out the wazoo. And that brings us to the most recent culprit here, Undertone. It has been hyped up by a lot of people as being real scary, no doubt going to be the scariest film of the year, maybe one of the scariest things human beings have ever cooked up. It is an unholy concoction of fear, filth, evil. Too scary even, potentially. And from the trailer, I actually thought it looked good. Undertone utilizes sound as like its gimmick. It's a horror film that does have a gimmick, which isn't unusual. A lot of horror films rely on it, but it executes it very well, and it doesn't live or die by its gimmick. It actually does make you care about the characters in the movie. I just saw it. I'm going to go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off now. No, it is not the scariest movie I've ever seen. I also don't know if it'll be the scariest movie of the year, but I do think it's good. I did enjoy it. I wasn't bored. I wasn't let down. And I will say, as far as like scariest movie ever made buzz goes, this one's probably one of the better ones that gets slapped with that title. I like it more than Longlegs. I can safely say that. So let's dive into it a bit. Immediately, I want to talk about the gimmick because that is going to be the bulk of what you experience here. It is about a podcast host, and they go through the creepy stories for their podcast and figure out if the paranormal is real. One of them's a skeptic, the main character that we follow, and her co-host is more willing to believe in it. Not that that overly matters. Also, we are going to get into some spoilers here because some of my complaints, they do get spoilery, so I'm going to give you fair warning now. But anyway, we follow Evie. Justin is the co-host who is just kind of there to like reinforce that, oh man, this might be real, where Evie's like, well, actually, this might just be psychosis. That kind of thing, which I think is a fine dichotomy. I think that they bounce off each other well on the podcast, but that sets the stage. It is all about audio for the most part, and it is a slow burn of a movie. In fact, like the first 40 minutes, nothing's happening outside of setting the stage for the main story that we dive into, which is a mysterious email that Justin receives as the subject for their podcast episode. It comes from a mumbo-jumbo email sounding like a 10-minute mail address, and it was attached with, it had 10 audio files attached and some gobbledygook in the base of it. So they decide to go through it, which I think is also a little weird the way they set it up. It didn't narratively make sense. This is apparently a very popular podcast, and yet he just randomly clicked on an email that just said lol. He even said, like, I got a weird email that said lol. So I clicked on it, and there was 10 audio files there with no actual information or anything. So we're going to listen to him for the episode. That feels like a bit of a leap there. But anyway, it then dives into these audio files, and we learn about two characters in these audio files, Mike and Jessa. And some really peculiar stuff is happening in their relationship, potentially possession. I don't want to spoil everything, so I'm not going to get into like full-blown spoilers or anything. I just want to make that clear right now. But you are now listening to basically a potential possession. And Evie is, of course, not really believing it, thinking it could be a hoax or rational explanations. Justin, on the other hand, starts like researching, and we get like a lot of lore. Like we learn a lot about what's going on in these audio files, and I think the movie does a really good job of making you care and making you feel tense. Even though it's not actually showing you anything, you're just hearing these audio files. It's also shot in a really creative way. It's not just static shots on Evie. The camera's always slowly moving, and you see like maybe some things in the shadows, or maybe like some of the things you're hearing in the audio maybe aren't in the audio file, but it's actually in the house Evie's in. It does a really good job of playing with audio as well as using some good camera shots that make things interesting and eerie. Like, I do think it's shot well, and I think they utilize sound very well, and I really wouldn't be surprised if they actually hid things in the audio that only certain people will pick up on, or if you like run it backwards, which was like a core component of this movie, where they run certain audio things backwards and it tells them more of the story and more of like the haunted shit. Now, the big thing is Evie's mother is in rough shape and on the verge of passing away, and Evie is taking care of her. She is basically in a coma, and Evie cares for her. And as we are learning about this story through these audio files, weird things are happening with the mom, the house, and Evie. And here's where things start to show a few cracks. when they're outside of like the audio, when you're actually following Evie around her day to day, it is a little boring. There is moments where it just feels like kind of a slog, but I don't think it's like to the detriment of the film because it does set itself up as a slow burn, and I think it does fine there. But when it starts trying to show you some scary stuff instead of like have you hear creepy things, I think it falls into horror movie cliches big time. Like, it uses some of the most standard shit that you've seen in horror movies, just tropes out the wazoo, like the classic teapot, or Evie likes to draw with crayons, so then she drew something weird. She drew something scary out of the crayons. What? Or like, oh, weird statue that keeps mysteriously getting moved, or the light comes on and then the light goes off. Like, it just shows, like, when it's trying to show you something scary or creepy, I think it just kind of falls into the old tried and true methods of the same scares that you've seen a million times, especially towards the end. At the end, they throw the kitchen sink at the scares that you're used to seeing. So as shit's popping off and they're receiving phone calls on the podcast from people like laughing because it's the bad demon going, ha 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 ha, ho 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 ho. You shouldn't have listened to all the files. Are you dumb, you doofus? You listened to all 10 files? Uh-oh, guess we're gonna fuck ya. Like, it's literally taking like a victory lap, and they use like the standard cliche demon filter where it's like, gooba booba, gooba booba gooba, you listen to the 10 files, hooba gooba gooba, it's, I don't know, it gets so silly with that. The movie is by far at its best when it's utilizing sound, because I think it actually does a good job at that. And I really appreciate that it wasn't afraid early on to be slow and have these really slow camera shots where you're questioning yourself if you're seeing something there or hearing something there or not. And I do think there was a couple of times where they got creative with like building up tension. So like there's like some really quick, there's a scene where she closes something real quick and there's like a brief flicker on the reflection where I think you could very easily miss something scary that happened in that reflection. I think that's when the movie's doing its best work. When it's utilizing sound, which the whole thing tries to build around, and when it's being unapologetically slow with creative shots that actually do build tension. And I do think the movie does a good job of making you care about Evie and her situation, so you want to get some kind of resolution, you want to see what's going on. And I also do like the lore they set up, but it really feels like someone got cold feet and felt the need to have like a couple of cheap jump scares that I don't think were very effective. The jump scares in this kind of fall flat. And the need to throw in like the standard spooky horror movie visuals. So like at the end, there's a creepy face on the TV and it's making some loud noises. There's the demon voiceover going, ah ha 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 ha. That kind of thing. Like, it just, like, it ruins its own momentum of being, like, methodical with its tension. And it just kind of blows its load into this giant bukkake of, like, generic horror visuals. But that's not to say I think everything about the ending sucks. I actually love what they did at the very, very end of the movie. They have, like, this 10-ish minutes, maybe 15 minutes of doing, like, the standard horror movie shit. And then, like, the very end, the last, like, 2 or 3 minutes is actually only audio. It's only audio to deliver the rest of the movie, and I thought that was great. I thought that was a really good choice, and if it didn't have that wet fart for 10 to 15 minutes before it, I think it would have stuck the landing much better. But even still, I do like the decision they made at the end there, though I think a lot of people will be disappointed that there's not actual closure. It's very open-ended. But for me, I actually like that more, because then you actually think about it. You don't get spoon-fed what happens. You hear things that happen, or you hear things you think happen, and you play it all out in your head. So you are imagining things. And this is something I've said for a while. The scariest thing isn't what something shows you. It's what you convince yourself of. No one's going to scare you more than you will. Which is why things like the very last couple minutes of the movie, I think, work really well, because it's not showing you anything. You're hearing things, and now you yourself imagine them, and maybe you scare yourself with what you think is going on there. I just thought that was smart, and I really like that, and I really wish it didn't have the 10 to 15 minutes worth of like haunted house shit that they decided to throw in there. But overall, I do like the movie. I think there are a little too many horror movie cliches, but I do still like the movie. I thought the performances were solid too to really sell you on the characters and what was going on. So I did enjoy the movie. Is it the scariest movie I've ever seen? No. Is it a good horror movie? Yes. Now, it very well could be the best horror movie of the year. Who's to say? I do think it is strong. I just wouldn't go as hog wild as everyone else seems to be going about, like, it's too scary, it's the scariest movie, no doubt, holy shit. I always think that is to the detriment of the film, because then it puts unrealistic expectations on the movie, and it's very unlikely for them to actually reach that level. But if you go in with normal expectations, I think you're going to be very pleasantly surprised with the film. I think you're going to enjoy it. I thought it was good. So yeah, overall undertone I thought was solid. That's really about it. So, yeah. Like a jar of peanut butter in the top shelf cabinet in my kitchen, I just can't get it. I truly don't understand what is going on with Twitch that just leads them to making the worst decisions so brazenly. Like, they have to have the orb of confusion somewhere in the office up there, and it is just wreaking havoc on their brains. It is incomprehensible. There is a streamer, her name is Nina. She has on stream, on Twitch, twice now, sexually assaulted people. I'll show you the clips because it is textbook sexual assault. And she was banned for 1 day, initially. She got a 24-hour slap on the wrist, and then she was unbanned. Which you can kind of write off maybe as a mistake on Twitch's end, like they didn't mean to unban her. Maybe someone was pulling some levers in the HQ, not knowing what they did. You had someone fucking blasting away at the buttons and accidentally unbanned her, because she was banned shortly thereafter again. And I think every sensible person with a functioning frontal lobe expected that to be a permanent ban, because she I'm Porky Pigging right now. She sexually assaulted 2 people on stream, on their platform. If you don't take that seriously, what the fuck are you going to take seriously? It's a crime. It's sexual assault. So everyone expected that one to be an indefinite ban. But it was only a week. She is now unbanned, and she's already done a return stream. So it seems like Twitch truly only gave her a week vacation here. That's crazy. A week-long timeout. Pretty close to that scene in SpongeBob where they steal a balloon on Free Balloon Day and the cops put them behind bars for 3 seconds saying, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime, and then, oh, you're free to go. That, for sexual assault, is unbelievable.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Saeed. Hey, come here. I got you. Hey, come here.
So you can't. So you can't.
23.
No.
He's consensual.
No, he's not consenting.
Yes, he is.
He's not even saying nothing.
No. He likes it. Yeah, give.
Oh, no. I don't think he wants to.
Yeah, stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Hold on.
That was the clip that started it. Saeed is his name. He was not consenting to any of this, and Nina is the one that's like holding him while her friend twerks on him. And his friends are even saying he's not consenting to this, and they do not care. They are forcing it upon him. And this is just a piece of a longer clip, and in the longer clip, they throw him on the bed and start like trying to rip at his clothes. They also take his bag and start going through his bag. And this whole time, he is making it very clear he does not want this, and he is uncomfortable with it.
Now they got it.
Take all of this off. Take it off. Hey, yo, cut the cameras. Cut the cameras. Yo, cut the cameras, bro. Zo, do your shit. Look at my Louis Vuitton scarf. Hold on, bitch. No outside clothes on the bed. Hold on. What's going on? You can't just forcibly take it out. Look at that bag. Look at that bag. This is a nice bag. Hold on, this is a nice bag. Yo, how much this cost? Turn around. Start off with the sock. Yo. Oh, I need this. I needed this. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Zoe, he's not consenting. Huh?
Pretty clear-cut sexual assault here. You don't need to be Phoenix Wright here in order to argue why this is sexual assault. It's obvious. Yet, and this is something we've talked about in the past, a lot of people, when it comes to a man being sexually assaulted, take it very differently. So I saw when this clip was blowing up, and a lot of people I know, I've already talked about this because I'm tardy to the party, but I'm just so shocked that Twitch is not taking this seriously. A lot of people were talking about how it's actually not sexual assault. It's clear he's laughing. He's going along with it. It's for content. No, it's not sexual assault. He's having a good time. In fact, he wanted it. And that's something that you see a lot when it comes to sexual assault against men, where people say, like, it's not serious, don't be a bitch. A woman can't sexually assault a man because a man always wants sex. So this is a nothing burger. You guys are making a mountain out of a molehill. This isn't sexual assault at all. It's just good old-fashioned Twitch content, baby. And Nina herself even says how embarrassing it would be for a man like Saeed to say that this was sexual assault.
So what if he says, I feel like you did some shit wrong?
No, so the whole Saeed thing, no one essay Saeed. That's why today I was actually looking for Saeed. I was going to talk to him, like, he definitely felt disrespected as a person. Me, I take accountability what I do. If you dead ass felt disrespected, I didn't know. So you better let me know. If you did, I will always apologize. I mean, that's just normal people. But for him to walk around and say all that crazy shit, you never think about what Saeed's thinking too, though. Like, who wants to walk around being called that? That's embarrassing for him as a guy.
You ain't see Saeed today?
No, I was looking for him. I was looking everywhere for him.
Wow, what an angel. Pretty watertight defense right there. Checkmate. The fucking last few neurons remaining in her brain really scrambling there to come up with the perfect cope, and damn did she hit a home run with that one. So she is saying, oh, he didn't get sexually assaulted. Oh, okay, well, if you say so, all right. You would know, of course, yeah, no. It doesn't matter what he thinks happened. You're saying he didn't get sexually assaulted, so then it must not have happened. You're right. And then she goes on to say, like, you have to think about it. Like, it'd be very embarrassing for him as a man. Wow. Is that so, Nina? Interesting. Do you keep that same energy when it comes to women that get sexually assaulted? Do you say the same thing? Like, oh, it'd be very embarrassing. She treats it like it's no big deal. She did nothing wrong. Rub some dirt in it, dweeb. Get over it. That's how she handles it. But I imagine if it was two guys who did this exact same thing to a girl on stream, if it played out exactly the same, there would be universal condemnation across the board, including from Nina herself, I imagine, and rightfully so, because... Stand back, brave take coming in. Plug your ears if you're not ready for the spicy take. Sexual assault is bad. I know. If you were standing up, you're gonna need to sit down. Holy. It doesn't matter if it's a female or male victim, sexual assault in all of its forms is horrible. And everyone should be outraged and against it. So why do we treat it differently because it was two girls that did it to a guy? It is still sexual assault, and I can't believe we are still having this conversation about, like, sexual assault against men not being taken seriously. It's not a unicorn. It's not make-believe. This isn't the fucking tooth fairy we're talking about. It is a real thing, and there are male victims of sexual assault. Like, I can't believe that even needs to be said. But I guess Twitch needs a reminder that it is a crime. Like, anyone who is a victim of sexual assault is the victim of a crime.
I did want it to, like, them being banned is not really anything to me, because at the end of the day, like, sexual assault is a crime. And people that say that it's not sexual assault, I don't know what you think sexual assault is, or anything like that, but I don't know what to tell you. Like, as a person that's literally dealt with sexual assault previously, it has taken a lot, like a large total on my head. I've dealt with something like this before, and I didn't want to. When I dealt with it originally, I was working at a job, and it was a gym, and I told my boss about it, and all he did was make jokes about it. And I tried to talk about it a lot more, and I didn't want to tell my parents, and it did affect me a lot. And this situation did bring back those memories.
This is Saeed being very open here, talking about what's unfolded, even mentioning that he's gone through a previous sexual assault situation in his past where it wasn't taken seriously then. His boss was making jokes about it, and it took a toll on him. And now, in this case, since I was a child, I always said two things. I want to be tall, and if I could choose any superpower for myself, I would choose teleportation to be blessed with. I failed on both fronts, but teleportation, I believe, is probably like the most useful superpower. The possibilities are endless. And can you imagine my surprise today when I found out that it's not just fiction and make-believe where you gotta play pretend and it only exists in comic books and anime? There is a real, living, breathing, sentient, flesh and blood human being in this country with the ability to teleport. His name is Greg Phillips, and he is a top official at FEMA.
The very first time you were teleported,
it was scary in a way. I mean, you don't really know. Okay, is this evil? Is this good? What is this?
Let me stop you right there. Teleportation could never be evil. That is a divine gift right there. So this is Greg Phillips. He is a very high-level, powerful figure at FEMA who is on a podcast talking about his experience with teleportation. It's happened to him on more than one occasion. I'm unsure who the host is, but she looks like a reptilian doing her best to pretend like she's interested in the conversation. Now, Greg Phillips, though, has got some really strong claims here that give me a lot of hope for the future of our species. If he can teleport, why not me?
What do I do with this? How do I deal with it? I was on the phone. Oh my God, what's happening? And I was landed, and landed about 40 miles away in a ditch outside of a Baptist church in a little tiny town just where you cross over the border. And it was an incredibly frightening moment.
So this is his origin story. To me, this sounds like when the superhero first starts to awaken their abilities and they're unsure how to utilize it. Kind of like Invincible, when he throws the bag of trash into fucking orbit by accident. This is Greg Phillips starting to master his gifts here of teleportation. So he's talking about how he was driving, then his car got lifted and teleported into a ditch 40 miles away, and it was frightening him. As it would for anyone. The way he's describing it makes it sound like he's lagging in fucking Grand Theft Auto Online. He didn't know what was happening, but he knew he was teleporting around. However, he says that it's no fun. That's crazy to me, Greg. You're fucking teleporting, bro. That's like the most fun thing that can happen.
To experience yourself in your car, flying through the air. Teleporting is no fun. It's no fun because you don't really know what you're doing. You don't really understand it. I was with my boys one time, and I was telling I was going to go to Waffle House and get Waffle House, and I ended up at a Waffle House. This was in Georgia, and I ended up at a Waffle House like 50 miles away from where I was. They said, "Where are you?" I said, "A Waffle House." They said, "Waffle House where?" I said, "That's not possible. You just left here like a moment ago." But it was possible. It was real.
He's teleporting to Waffle Houses now. This man is unstoppable. Now, far be it from me to try and poke holes in the experience here of Greg Phillips. His story is exhilarating. His evidence is watertight, about as good as it gets. But if I may toss out a little bit of a game theory here, what are the odds that he was with his boys and he was blackout drunk and was driven to a Waffle House and then couldn't remember how he got there and just ended up with the conclusion he must have teleported? Or I guess he said that he was in his car going to a Waffle House and then teleported there. I guess maybe it's possible he was blackout drunk and then fucking drunk drove himself to a Waffle House. I was like, oh my God, I've done it! Teleportation! Which would be extremely degenerate behavior. I just feel like the fast travel he unlocked to Waffle House is just a little suspicious because Waffle House is the spot drunk people go to. Like, it's moths to a flame. So the fact that he's teleporting to a Waffle House, feel like there was a lot of alcohol involved and he's just forgetting how the journey went. But I'm not the fun police, and I don't know for sure. Maybe Buddy really has been teleporting all over the map. Going to a Waffle House, ending up in a ditch, in your mother's bedroom for a little reverse cowgirl action. Perhaps he truly has achieved the gift of teleportation. And I think him being a director at FEMA now, with these kind of abilities in his back pocket, is a grand slam for America. Because imagine him being able to weave his teleportation into the FEMA protocol like he's fucking Nightcrawler going around saving all of us. As natural disasters striking somewhere in this country, he can just say, all right, let's teleport them out. I'm going in. And then he'll go in, teleport us to a fucking Waffle House to safety. Or maybe it goes a little differently and he's like, okay, we don't need to send a lot of resources there. I'll just instruct everyone to teleport to a safer location. Because maybe he believes that this is something everyone else can do. not realizing that only he is the chosen one. Now, unsurprisingly, FEMA officials are trying to throw us all off the trail of the world's first X-Man, trying to put the toothpaste back in the tube. This is so silly, it's barely worth acknowledging. DHS, FEMA, and Mr. Phillips are focused on the critical mission of emergency management and ensuring the safety of the American people. Many of the comments cited are taken out of context or represent personal, informal, jovial, or somewhat spiritual discussions made in the context of barely surviving cancer in a private capacity prior to his current role. I'm a little confused on this statement here as it pertains to his teleportation conversation. Now, there were other things that he's been facing hot water for like other claims and stuff that they're probably referring to for like context and all that. But some of them are directly about teleportation, which he was just, from what I can tell, talking about on its own as like an experience that he's had on multiple occasions of teleporting. From what I've seen from the podcast, it wasn't even like a spiritual discussion when it came to that topic. It's not that he was saying, you know, like the Lord was teleporting me to a Waffle House because he knew I needed some dense nutrients from those burnt hash browns or anything like that. And also, I don't think it was about like his cancer battle or anything either, which, you know, I think is a terrible thing. So happy to hear that he's cancer free these days, but I don't think it played any role in this conversation about teleportation. So I think that that's them just trying to rely on people not watching the segment for themselves. I also agree that it is very silly, but I think it should be worth discussing because this guy has a very powerful role at FEMA, which is an organization whose work is life or death for a lot of people in this country. And now you have this guy going on about teleporting. Like, who's to say, you know, as disaster strikes, he doesn't just get whisked away to a fucking Waffle House again. And he starts stomping his feet. Oh, dagnabbit, not again. Back at Waffle House. Ah, I keep getting fucking spirited away over here. I think it's a very important conversation to have because he has admitted to not mastering these abilities. He can't control them. So when we need him most, he might just teleport again. And who's to say he stops at only 50 miles away? Maybe next time he teleports 100 miles away, or even 200 miles away. Maybe he goes off-world, interstellar teleportation. I think it is something that we need to really start considering. And honestly, I think studying as well. I wish he wouldn't just keep the secrets of teleportation to himself. He's teased us about how it's happened to him and how frightening it is, but I want to fucking teleport, Greg. Why don't you just let the government study your abilities so that way we can all learn to teleport and be better for it? Think about how many lives can be positively impacted through the ability to teleport. Even if it is restricted to just being able to teleport to a Waffle House, that can do a lot of good. There are so many Waffle Houses in this country. If we can teleport to them willy-nilly, that'd be like fucking Mass Effect relays for us. That'd be so huge for travel and just so many good positive things that could come from that. So Greg, please, stop being selfish. Please, divulge the secrets of teleportation to the rest of us. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. I may not be a professional gumshoe, but I still do enjoy a good old detective LARP. And I do say, not to toot my own horn, I'm not bad at it. Am I the best detective in the world? Yeah, probably. A lot of people call me the Bearded L from Death Note. I once cracked the case on the whereabouts of D.B. Cooper. Don't need to get into the weeds of that again, but long story short, official narrative was wrong. He did survive the jump from the plane, only to perish at DashCon Furry Convention 2014 in the ball pit. Anyway, though, I wanted to put these skills to the test here because I just saw something pretty interesting here. A case that on the surface seems simple, straightforward, not overly unusual. It was a man selling his scooter to another man and ended up with the scooter being driven away, stolen out from underneath him. A song and dance you've heard a million times, especially with things like Facebook Marketplace, where shit's happening every 5 minutes. And to the untrained eye, it seemed like just another one of those instances. But rabbit hole goes deeper than you might think. Let's start here at the beginning.
Nice meeting you, man. Yeah. Yeah, there's a scooter. Give me a guide on like how to. Yep, sure. Yeah, it's really good, especially if it's have a good battery.
A few moments later.
Bruh. Oh my God!
Where are you going?
The spamming of TikTok and YouTube Shorts sound effects there, the meme stock sound effect package, kind of annoying, but this is what happened. So he brings the scooter here for this deal. He asks, can I ride it? You know, take it for a bit of a test drive, a little spin there. And so he pulls out a little bit, does a little pirouette, and then just peels out going through the gas station. The seller then starts giving chase, jogging after him, like, where are you going?
Hey! Man! Boy! Hey! Hey! Help! Help me! My scooter was stolen!
He tries to alert others in the area that his scooter has been stolen, asking for help, but no one steps in to, like, clothesline him or anything like that. It's just a low-speed pursuit here. I don't even think that's top speed on the scooter. I think this guy was just doing it to, like, taunt him. Like, just stay just barely out of range. Because it sounds like this guy's running in, like, sandals or flip-flops or something, so he's not able to really, like, fucking zip at him there, like, really start zooming or anything. So he's just doing the best he can to keep up as he's getting getting further and further away. And I know what you're thinking here, where like, oh, maybe this is a fake video. Maybe this is like a rage bait type of thing. Maybe it's all like phony baloney for the sake of being a viral video. And I thought the same at first too, because it does feel like a little wacky, because when you're doing a deal like this, I think it's kind of commonplace that when someone asks to test it, you will say, all right, you're going to need to like give me like some of the money up front, or give me something to like hold on to, so that way there's not, it like mitigates the risk of them just like running away, because now they'll be out money or like their phone or something like that. But he didn't do that here. He just instantly lets them hop on. So it sounds like, well, maybe it's fake. Maybe that's what the big mystery is here, you know. But it's not fake, actually. This is a very real thing that the authorities are investigating. He has filed a police report, and they are like looking into trying to find the thief and get the scooter back.
Hey, hey, hey! 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 Help me! My scooter! My scooter was stolen! Hey! Hey! Help me! Help! My scooter was stolen!
I feel really bad for the guy, like, trying to chase him down here, but to no avail, because the scooter is going faster than he can run. Like, those scooters can get up to, like, 30 sometimes. I don't think he's going 30 there by any means. He's keeping it pretty slow there. There's a ton of people around, so I'm assuming he doesn't want to, like, run into them and, like, you know, fucking fly off there like it's GTA 4 and you blast through the windshield or anything. So he's been keeping it kind of slow, but just fast enough to be out of range for this guy who's been chasing him now for going on almost 2 minutes. And he's trying, like, calling out, like, hey, you stole my scooter, help, that kind of thing, and it's just not working. That fucking sucks. That must be an absolutely terrible feeling.
Help! Help! My scooter was stolen! Help! My scooter was stolen! Please help me! Whew. Help! My scooter! Help!
Unfortunately, we cannot complete your call.
Help! My scooter was stolen!
Enter your call again.
Help!
So he makes off with the scooter. There was no one that was like stepping in to stop him, though that would have been pretty difficult to do. It's not like they'd just be able to fucking throw out a spike strip or something on the scooter. So he was unable to like get it back there, so instead went to the authorities, who are now looking into it to try and find the thief and get the scooter. So it was real. This is a real video, and this is blown up. Now, where it gets very interesting is that it turns out this same guy had this exact same thing happen just 2 weeks ago in very similar circumstances.
Yep.
So how long did you own this?
This one is just a couple of months ago.
Couple months?
Yep.
So like how much kilometers?
We can check it. Maybe like around 400.
400?
Oh, yep, or 500. It just was just for a couple of times.
Okay.
Yep. This is the charger.
Now, this happened at the end of June, so it predates the scooter robbery we just watched, the scooter heist. So he is now selling, this is a different scooter, to someone else, once again through like an online marketplace here. And so now he is bringing the scooter there for the deal.
It goes 30,
Yep.
30, right? Okay, so can I just make sure it goes 30?
Yep, sure.
Okay. It's like
Can I hold something?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Just try it. Maybe from there going here, it will go 30.
The audio cuts out here, but the dude just goes full throttle here and just has that bitch fucking sail off into the sunset going straight to Narnia. It's extremely unlucky that this has happened to him twice, and this was the first recorded instance of it, and in this interaction, he actually did ask to hold something of the buyer to try and prevent the scooter from being stolen, to try and reduce the risk of that happening, because now he's got the guy's phone. Surely he wouldn't just run off with the scooter and leave this. But he did. And what was interesting is in the video, when he asks, you know, can I just double check to make sure it can go 30? Can I make sure that these nuts got juice in them? Can I, you know, really get on there? Grab the bull by the horns. Let me take her out here. He's like, okay, sure. And as he like is saying that, the guy's already reaching into his pocket, getting his phone. And then the guy selling it says, let me just hold something of yours, and then gets the phone. So, like, I'm assuming that the thief here has probably done this a time or two. Or I guess there's also a chance that this is, like, scripted, like it is fake. But it's, I feel, still unlikely because in this case, too, from 2 weeks ago, he did file another police report as well. And, like, in his whole post here, he goes into information on the guy here, because he got a lot of the guy's personal information and everything. And I also don't see what the purpose would be, because this isn't like an influencer or content creator looking for viral stories or anything. Like, he has these 2 videos on his Facebook page, and that's, like, all I can find. So, like, I guess if it is, like, phony baloney, maybe the goal is to, like, make people more aware of the dangers of selling on online marketplaces. But again, that's another big stretch. So anyway, the phone that he got was locked down. So it was probably a stolen phone. So the phone ended up being like a fucking brick. It's just so odd because it's happened twice to him now in 2 different instances. Like, I guess maybe another thing is that he's doing this on purpose with the scooters and stuff to try and like catch thieves as like maybe like some vigilante type justice. Maybe that. But again, I don't know. That also still feels like a fucking stretch. In this one though, it's very odd because this is 2 weeks ago, and he does ask to hold the guy's phone, which is smart, so that way there's less chance that he's just gonna fucking, you know, go hog wild with the scooter and run away with it. And then 2 weeks later, during another sale, he doesn't ask to hold anything of the buyers. So then he just gets on their raw dog and runs away with it. I guess maybe another option would be to like bring the scooter there with like 0% charge or like 1% charge, so they could do like one big rip, like hit a wheelie and then it peters out, so that way they can't like get away with it per se. Anyway though, in the first rodeo, he did take a step to try and, you know, mitigate the risk of it being stolen. Second time around, he just decided not to, throwing caution to the wind, even though he was already the victim of theft. He already had a previous scooter stolen. So why? It's just a little confusing to me, is all. So here's what I think, putting on my detective top hat and smoking my pipe. I don't think these are fake. I think these are very real. It'd be very fucking peculiar for someone to agree to do this and then have police reports filed on them as criminals. Like, I highly doubt anyone would be willing to do that, especially when there doesn't even seem to be like a motivator for like internet attention or clout or anything. It doesn't seem like he's trying to gain anything out of this aside from getting his scooters back and getting justice. So I don't think it's fake. I don't think either of these two cases are fake. I also don't think that this is him trying to like, you know, use this as bait to catch thieves. Like, I don't think this is some kind of like bait car scenario or anything like that. Because if that was the plan, if that was the goal, I imagine he probably would have done something to ensure they don't actually get away with the merchandise, the expensive items here. Like, there have been YouTubers that have done that kind of thing before, where they have like a bicycle and like fucking self-destructs or something, so that way they don't actually steal the item. Here they do just make off with his expensive shit here, and he's just left with his dick in his hand. So that sucks. Like, I don't think that this was all like a plan from him, like some kind of calculated bait car catch thieves type thing. I don't think it was fake or, you know, made for views or virality. What I think, the truth of it is, I think this guy is just extraordinarily unlucky. I think he is doing business in a bad part of town here, and now, twice in the course of 2.5 weeks, he's had his scooter stolen. I think the first time around, when the guy gave him his phone and still stole the scooter, he probably just thought, okay, well, this doesn't actually help anything at all, so maybe next time I won't even bother. Which I think is why he didn't do it with the other buyer there that recently stole it, because he had already experienced that holding an item didn't actually protect him, so he just didn't even bother. And then his scooter got stolen again, which fucking sucks. I feel extremely bad for this guy here. I would say probably stop trying to sell in this part of town would be what I'd recommend. Or instead of like holding an item, just outright say, no, you can't take it for a ride under any circumstances unless you pay up front. Then you can take it for a ride, and if you're not satisfied, maybe a refund, whatever. But yeah, after diving into the meatballs here, I think this is all very legitimate. I think this is someone that was actually trying to sell these scooters and had them stolen both times, unfortunately. Hopefully he can get them back. Hopefully the thieves get found and brought to justice. I also read something that I haven't been able to confirm through other sources, that the sale of these scooters was actually like very important for this guy and his family. Apparently for like a upcoming bill, like a hospital bill. I saw that reported. I don't know if that's been confirmed anywhere because I can't see anything else that talks about that. But if that is the case, then that's fucking heartbreaking. Either way, I do feel bad for him because I do believe this is just a very legitimate case of a guy being the victim of two thieves stealing his scooters here and leaving him out a bunch of money on it. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
Lets him enjoy this wine more than this. We'll bring you back next year.
One of the cool things about it is, like, I think, as you guys have tasted, and you just mentioned it, which I think is awesome, that the wine develops. Like, there's more depth, and you kind of see it changing a little bit. Every sip, there's a little bit more.
I'm not just saying this because cameras are on. It actually is different now than when I first sipped it. I don't like it any more than I did. Well, it's just different.
You agree, Charlie?
No. I really think this is, out of everything we've had so far, this is the worst. Like, I do not like it. Well, that was the worst possible combination there. The lowest
shocking.
guest on the highest end.
It's exactly what
you know
we're
what?
expecting.
We were at the store. We don't know that's the highest end.
That's true, actually.
He's been talking about $30,000 bottles, and we sent Chelsea by herself.
It's a very good point.
Did you notice how, and you said it without saying it exactly, everything is toned down. Alcohol's down a little bit, the oak flavor's down a little bit, the fruit flavor's down a little bit. It's because when wines age, everything integrates.
Gotcha.
Kind of like letting soups in the fridge.
Because that does remind me of like that trash, like slap in the bag type wine in college.
I think you're going to know that one instantly. I know you thought you knew it instantly, but I think you will be like, oh, I don't know anything anymore.
I think when it comes out, you should try this next to it, and maybe you can help differentiate your palate a little bit.
$4,500 bottle of wine.
And I hated it.
So that's the cool part. Chateau Cellars has only had 2 vintages of this wine ever, and a total of 3 bottles that he's talking about. So the shop There's like the production value on this to get it even to the United States in general. Like, good amount will sell in Bordeaux.
Yeah.
But
well, because you got
there was one bottle of this in the entire place.
They're gonna watch this video because they were so excited that bottle. Oh man.
I told him exactly what was gonna happen when you guys.
All right.
Yeah.
Good.
It was that guy. He was excited to ring up all that. And
Good. I can imagine.
Yeah, we finally got this out. And there's some collector right now who's gonna be down below the video, pissed.
And
that
honestly,
you guys said Le Pen
Yeah.
is.
I'm happy about it.
Yeah, we got to try it and you did it.
Yeah.
It was, I hated it.
Yeah.
And I drank the whole thing.
I spit upon it.
All right, well, let's jump off the cliff to number 5.
Yeah, let me see number 5 now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need redemption. Oh,
We're halfway through.
It's very light coloration.
New World. New World.
Is it?
It's gotta be.
I haven't met her yet. Let me see.
Well, you didn't do the hand check yet.
Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah.
I know the new invented hand check.
Very fruit forward, right on the nose.
Oh, yes.
Not super aromatic. It's cheap.
It is actually not aromatic at all.
No.
I think you're probably right. Yes. Yes.
Pinky.
Yes. Okay.
It's fruity.
Yeah.
It's fruity. It's cheap.
This is gotta be
I would call this $4.49.
This feels like a $2 check.
If this is a good one, I will smash this glass on my head. No, I won't.
Tasting's
I
over.
take it back.
Tasting's over.
This has gotta be a super
It's
cheap
horrible.
one.
It sits on the tongue at the end, and it's ass. If this is the other expensive one, wine's a sham. Or I just don't understand it, which makes it a sham.
If it doesn't make sense to me,
It's wrong.
I think this has got to be the cheapest one.
$4.40.
$4.49. Lock it in.
Yep, I think
You guys
so.
don't love it?
No,
I do not.
It's not the best one you tasted today.
I think we got it.
I think we're on the right page.
So this is Trader Joe's.
$2 chuck.
I think $4.40 at this point. Inflation matters.
$4.49 actually is not.
Charles Shaw. They probably, when I imagine the winemaking process, they just take the vine and put it in a crusher, and then just whatever comes out is the wine. Yeah, they don't pick the grapes off. They just here's the vine, put it into the whole wine crusher, and just make the juice with that.
They've got that woman in their facility stomping on going,
Even that would cost too much money.
Honestly, I would pay a pretty penny for that
Yeah.
bottle of wine.
Now I will say, going back to back with the one before, the
Yeah.
4500 that we hated,
It is.
this noticeably different.
Can you
No,
pour
it is very
a couple
obvious.
little shots so they can try them side by side?
I'm not saying I now like the one before.
No, I still hate it.
But it is
I would
so
keep it
clear.
in glass.
Here, the other thing, if we don't want to waste the good one, is we can always
That's
sip off.
the good one.
Yeah, why don't you guys?
So that's the good one, and then you need the one that's.
Do you want
Shit.
to take this?
Yeah, I was gonna say cursing is fine, right?
Oh, yeah,
I
you
was
can
like,
say
your
whatever you
videos,
want.
Like, I watched plenty of them. There's
I'm going to take a sip of this.
There's definitely colorful language.
enough colorful vernacular that paints this beautiful picture. Well, I was gonna say, unless you all want our own glass, I don't think.
Yeah, that is. Like I said,
It's
going
night
back to
and
back,
day.
it's
It
not
really
even
is.
close, really. I don't like it at all, but it is definitely different than what I thought.
Even the smell has changed
Yeah.
a little bit.
There is. It's going to sound pretentious. I don't know. There's such a different depth to that wine versus this one. This is grape juice with alcohol.
Depth is the best way to put it.
So another thing I was going to mention, since trying them back to back, I still would have never put that like upper tier, but I think going forward, I'm going to know what the upper tier will taste like.
Like you said, it's the complexity is
Yeah.
just on a crazy.
Because you
level.
taste it, this is grape juice.
Yeah.
With like
Yeah.
hint of alcohol.
All right, number 6.
Let's do it.
Time to go on a hot
Let's
streak.
do it.
Can I actually have a splash of water?
An amateur.
Yeah.
It almost tasted a little smoky to me. I don't know if that's wrong. I don't know. There
No,
was
it's good. Merlot comes with like a smoke, violet, a lot of floral characteristics. I know. Sounds
Yeah.
as nerdy as we're gonna get, but it has a lot of that secondary characteristic that shows really nice, especially with age.
This is old world.
And when we taste that glass, I love the color check here.
Oh yeah, that is
yeah.
beautiful.
Mhm.
Is this another Merlot?
No, this is a sexual wine. Not super aromatic though.
We haven't thought any of.
That's not true. There was one of them that was really punching.
This one, as we go back, I like the idea of you guys maybe even using this as like a bridge.
Yep.
Where you need to refer back to it.
That's a good idea.
What is the test? I've heard it's crazy to be.
Like the Psalm test.
And then that's a good question. There's levels, right?
Yeah, so there are levels.
What level?
There's 4 levels. So in W set, perfectly enough, I'm level 2.
Nice.
In Quartermasters is where we're gonna get all the slander. I'm working on my level 2. Took Quartermasters level 1, so I've taken both sides of the test. Worked as a Psalm now for 6 years, so the Chat of Wine, but there are 4 levels in the Quartermasters of Sommeliers. And Master of Sommelier, which is level 4, there's probably about 270 in the world since the 60s.
Jesus.
200,
wow.
Yeah, so it's like a 3% pass rate on the test, which is just insane. The test itself, when you get into like certified, is a blind tasting. So, for example, you would have 2 whites and 2 reds. You taste them, you tell them what the age is, what the grape varietal is, and where you think it's from. And then you do a theory exam, which is just like questions about wine, and then you do a service exam where we serve wine to a master sommelier or an advanced, whoever's there for your test taking, and then you showcase proper wine service, which is part of like the Court of Masters, more so service orientated, where WSET is focused on people who find this more of a hobby. The level 4 is crazy because not only do you do the blind tasting portion, but now the blind tasting portion is so ramped up. You have 3 whites, 3 reds, and you have to tell them where it comes from to the village. And they mix in vintages.
Wow.
So like you'll say,
you gotta know the trade routes.
Yeah, this white wine is 2001 from a small portion of inside Germany, inside this village, inside this area.
Tell me the boat's VIN number.
Which side of the street is the winery on?
Yeah, and you have to know who produced it. So that's one of the cool things. Like
so
you're like
it's like memorizing too, so you can pull on that knowledge.
Correct. Yeah.
Do you think you'll ever hit level 3? Or do you ever think you'll hit level 4?
Level 3 is super intense, and I love the idea. I have a lot of good friends who are advanced, is what the level 3 is. I possibly strive for it, but I love crossing over both cocktails and wine.
Right.
That would involve this deep dive into wine. The advanced is a little bit more then, but it is you ask any wine people, that is a very, very hard test. Moving in the percentage category, I always like to paint it for people who've never taken the test. Like level 1 is like 1 to maybe like 15% of the wine knowledge world. Level 2 will jump you to like 35%. And then level 3 will jump you to like 70.
That's a big jump.
So that category going from 2 to 3 is such a large jump that it's like a small percentage of people who go certified go level 3. And even smaller go level 4.
How many of your friends are Psalms?
A good portion, or they're into
Your friend
wine.
group sounds very different than mine. A lot more intelligent, actually.
The other part is that.
Do you disagree?
I love meeting Psalms, and I'm like, are you somebody who appreciates wine and knows about it and just learns and is like, wine is, alcohol at the end of the day? Or are you like, this wine comes from this region, pinky's out, all the above, super high pretentiousness around it, which I like to say at the end of the day, it's alcohol, right? You're drinking alcohol. In any realm, you drink enough of these wines, we're all going to be tipsy to drunk at the end of this. And granted, you could drink super high ends or low ends, and you all end up with the same outcome. So one of my favorite questions at the restaurant is, what do you drink at home? How much money do you want to spend? And what are you thinking about having to eat? Because those are the 3 factors that I think matter so much when picking a great bottle of wine. Because it doesn't need to be great to the people who are buying $10,000 bottles of wine. It needs to be great to you.
What's not subjective, though, this wine is bad.
I thought the same thing. It's a very strong alcohol. You haven't agreed with me on that note.
I think you guys are working on the agreeing part.
Yeah, we're trying.
So for me, like on that sip as well, it's not an alcohol taste, it's like a rotten fruit taste.
You think they used bad? Maybe we got a bad batch.
Yeah, like I think it tastes to me like spoiled. But I feel like that might be indicative of something higher end. Like I feel like maybe that just means it's very aged.
When I say heavy teeth sweaters, I mean like the sweater that SpongeBob's grandma knitted for him. Like heavy teeth sweaters.
I would think this is a higher end wine, though.
I think so too. If
So-
this is the $10, I'm sad.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What do you guys think about the finish? Something we learned here today.
I think it's finished bad.
I don't think it's finished.
It's incomplete. This is the pre-alpha.
Put it back in. It feels like it sticks on my teeth for a long time.
Yeah.
But I don't taste it for a long time.
Yeah, you only taste it for like a second. You feel it though.
Yeah, you knew it was there.
Well, he spit it out, so it's probably not that expensive.
I need to start just
Very
drinking everything.
astute observation.
Nice.
The whole point was to get him really drunk.
Okay, this is actually probably like, I'd say somewhere in the middle. It's probably not like a super high-end wine, but I still don't think
We're
it's
not
a
in
cheap
4
one.
digits.
No.
And we have one left or two left?
There's two left.
All right.
I
Why
think
don't-
this would be another triple digit.
Let's call it 200.
Yeah.
You like that?
Yeah, 200.
Lock it in, 200.
This is just better and better every time we unveil.
Oh no, oh no.
And I
Wait,
don't think
what?
he means because we're doing better and better.
So
that's
this
fancy.
is Termes. So this is a Spanish wine. So we are in the old world, which is great. You're picking up that dryness,
that.
which is we are gaining.
We're getting
education
Yeah, we're
has
getting
gone
better.
like here in the quickest wine tasting you have. This wine's $20. So
Okay.
about in the $20 realm.
Okay.
Spanish wine also is a great value. You can go and you pick up a bottle of Spanish wine that has some age to it, softer. They age it for a long time in oak. It's going to provide a great value. So this tastes a little bit more high end, which was the perception, but you're paying $20. This is Tinta de Toro, which is the grape varietal, which is just a clone of Tempranillo.
We
So,
keep forgetting
Tempranillo.
that if we don't like it, except for this one, if
Yeah.
we don't like it,
Did you
it's
like
cheaper.
this one?
I did
No.
not.
Yeah, yeah.
No good.
$20. $20 on the shelf.
God damn it, Chuck.
Yeah.
We're shit in the bed.
Yeah, I think we kind of got in our own heads there.
All right, this next
We
one,
overcooked.
I really want us.
We gotta lock it.
You guys got to hit at least one on the head.
I want to clear
Well, we did. We
out-
got the.
First one, I think.
Well, no, the Trader.
Second.
The
Oh,
Trader,
Trader Joe's?
Yeah.
We got
Oh,
knew
you
what
got, yeah,
complete
you got the
garbage
Trader.
was.
Yeah,
That's
that's
great.
true.
I want us to woosah. I want us to clear the brain. Start fresh.
Yeah, Wim Hof,
You
we're
want
good to go.
some cheese? You want some water?
I
you
think
want
cheese would probably fix it.
Yeah.
Well, well, well. Look what we have here. 8:30 p.m. on January 7th. The sacred date that was prophesied by the Conformity Gate enthusiasts as being the release date for the secret 9th episode of Stranger Things. The real finale. But bad news, sports fans. Still no pickles. Episode 9 is not here. Still seems to be misplaced. Perhaps they're scrambling to get it to us right now, or maybe this whole thing was a load of big fucking baloney. And in fact, if you check the Stranger Things Instagram account, The Real Dirty Dan, they are even seemingly trying to squash it themselves. All episodes are now streaming, like they're all available. There is no episode 9, despite the multiple days of cope, people coming up with crazy evidence to suggest that there's a secret episode, and this is all part of the Duffer Brothers' genius scheme. It's Vecna's final ploy. But now, as the sun sets, reality begins to wash over Conformity Gate like a plague, where they have to come to the hard realization that the Duffer Brothers just kind of fumbled. That's about all she wrote there. Or all she didn't write when it comes to the Duffer Brothers, with all the fucking plot holes here for season 5. And it sucks. You know, it doesn't feel good. It's not like I wanted to say I told you so. Now, of course, I'm not above doing that. I'm 5'6". I'm barely above this desk right now. But, you know, I did tell you so, as did 98% of the people on this planet. But that 2% that really latched on to the titty here of Conformity Gate, it was a sizable movement. Like, thousands and thousands of people. It got big to the point where a lot of people genuinely did buy into it, thinking that there's really a legitimate possibility that there's a secret episode airing tonight. But that's just not in the cards. That was never on the table. Something similar happened with Sherlock, apparently, but I don't remember that. What I will say, though, is that some of the theories were very entertaining, so at the very least, I think some people at least were able to squeeze a little bit more joy and whimsy out of this whole Conformity Gate thing, in lieu of, like, a disappointing finale. And like I said, it's not even the worst finale in the world. It did what is oftentimes the most unforgivable sin, and it was mid. It was just okay at best and left a lot to be desired, which is oftentimes worse than just being outright fucking terrible. So, a lot of people were trying to come up with an explanation that isn't just like, it's a little flat. And in doing so, I do think they cooked up some very interesting, thought-provoking ideas. Most of them, though, however, I do think were just really grasping at straws. It's coming out January 7th because if you look at this clock and then close your eyes and then fall asleep and then hit yourself in the head with a sledgehammer, you can start to connect the breadcrumbs that the Duffer Brothers have very intentionally, subtly laid for us to find. Oh, it's chef's kiss. It's great. Like, a lot of it had the same energy as people that think they found the winning lottery numbers in their fucking Lucky Charms cereal bowl. So, like, a lot of it wasn't great when it comes to evidence, but some of it I found to be at least compelling to some degree, but there was never any world where they were going to have a secret finale. That is conceptually a terrible idea, to intentionally have your series finale 10 years in the making be not amazing on purpose, so that way you can come back at a later date to surprise everyone with something of higher quality. That's just a fucking terrible idea to tank the reputation for that long, and then even go on like a PR press tour getting spanked by every interviewer and every fan ever, like basically a humiliation tour, only to then come around with a good episode. Like, that whole thing just doesn't make sense. So that was never going to happen, and I'm still pretty surprised that this whole conformity gate idea blew up to this level. So look at it in a more positive light, maybe to shine a little, like, inspirational message on top of that. It shows what a community that's passionate about a project can do when they come together and set their mind to something. In this case, the idea that there's a secret episode. I think that's pretty cool, and ultimately it is harmless. The worst thing that happened is a lot of people got disappointed all over again because their hopes were up because they had watched so many theories and so many videos about it. And when it didn't happen, maybe they were a bit let down again, but it's not the worst thing in the world because I imagine that journey was probably a really fun one to dive into. So, like I said from the get-go, the whole conformity gate thing is a harmless, movement that was there. Though it is very silly that people genuinely bought into this as something that was going to happen and, like, really grasping onto the most loose of nipples. Like, last night during stream, I had so many people come into my chat telling me how wrong I was on my conformity gate take, because Vecna was on Jimmy Fallon and he scratched his head when Jimmy Fallon made a statement about Vecna's death, which is clear evidence that it's not over yet, that kind of thing. That was a little annoying in chat, I'll be honest. But again, it's coming from a place of passion, so you can't even really be mad at that or anything. It's just, maybe going forward, just set your expectations that it might be fun to dive into these fan theories, but it's probably not accurate if it like pertains to a secret finale or anything in that regard. That's just not going to happen in any product. It's just not. That being said, though, I think fan theories are sometimes significantly more interesting than the actual lore that the writers come up with. Best example is Darth Jar Jar. I think that is the finest bit of fan theory ever cooked up. Also, Snowpiercer taking place in the Willy Wonka universe. I do love fan theories, and Stranger Things has a very interesting set of fan theories that, unfortunately, were kind of proven wrong throughout Season 5. I'm talking outside of Conformity Gate, but I really do like diving into that kind of stuff for products and IPs that I really like. I think it's very interesting, and honestly, I would really like to see, like, writers kind of lean more on that. Like, they can see these fucking fan theories and shit. I would like if that, like, sparked some kind of inspiration in their noodle, like, well, maybe we use this in some way, or maybe we can flesh this out in some way, and that's a pretty good idea. Like, I think that'd be very cool. I don't see that happen super often, but it would be nice to see, maybe occasionally, for some of the more high-quality fan theories. But now I'm getting off on, like, a side tangent here. Overall, Conformity Gate was a lot of fun to watch from an outside perspective without ever really believing in it. And while it didn't happen, it's not like I'm really celebrating it. I would love if there was a better ending to Stranger Things. It's just, I think it was pretty obvious from jump that that wasn't going to happen. This was the series finale. Anyway, though, no need to yap about it any longer. That's about it. So, yeah. Alright, you might catch me blushing a little bit, getting a bit red in the cheeks and squirming in my chair, because I'm a little embarrassed. I got to do something I've wanted to do for a while, and I got to do it with something that I really, really like. But I kind of blew it. Yep, didn't do the best job there. I got the privilege of doing a voice acting cameo in Baki, which is an anime I've talked about a lot over the years. I think it is just beautiful fucking insanity. and I got to be like a little side character in there. But my shit was poop. I did not do a very good job, I don't think, at least. I'll show you a brief clip from when my character gets introduced in the season. I don't think I can show you much footage of it because obviously it's a big anime. But it's a character that fans have been really excited for a long time, salivating, waiting to see them finally make an appearance in the anime, and, well, their prayers have been answered. That's right, I play generic police officer.
Yes, sir. Even from behind, I could tell you were happy.
I mean, I can hardly believe it. Musashi Miyamoto's alive. And he's agreed to fight me as a condition to get released.
Do you really believe it? That it's him?
In total, I have like 20 lines there as that police officer. A police officer who no doubt will make a return in Avengers Doomsday, I imagine. And I'm very excited to see the community power scaling unnamed police officer number fucking 4 here or whatever. Because I think, personally, he's probably pickle level, but we'll see what the experts have to say. And speaking of experts, let me drop you a little sage wisdom here, a little expert advice. Check out the Starforge Spring sale we have going on right now. Huge savings on PCs and keyboards. Click the link in the description below. When I got approached with the opportunity, in my head I was like, oh, fuck yeah, I know exactly how I'm going to do this. I'm going to ham it up and go for like a classic, over-the-top, Baki-style performance. Like, fucking channel my inner Jim Ross like it's the WWE. Get him with that, "Bah God!" But what I didn't realize, because I haven't done much voice acting in general, and not at all really with anime dubs outside of like 2 lines and like a really old one, is that you have to match the lip sync of the characters that are already established, and you have to match the tone of the voice actor that you are dubbing for. So, with those instructions in mind, it became a little bit more difficult for me because that's not something I've done before, and I don't think I really did a great job nailing it. I think I was too focused on making sure that the words fit the lips and that the tone was similar to what was established in the original dub. And it led to this sounding like robotic. It almost sounds like I'm talking at you through like a fucking walkie-talkie, giving you quest directions or something in an old PlayStation 2 game. Whereas with Dispatch, where I play Sonar, it was a very different process because I actually auditioned for that role. When I read for Dispatch, it wasn't for Sonar, it was for Golem. And then they offhanded mentioned if I'd want to try to see what Sonar sounded like, and I ended up getting that part instead. And Sonar as a character was one that hadn't already been like dubbed by someone else and was a character that was still being developed and fleshed out. So it was me setting the tone for the character with the dialogue and the performance and all of that, as opposed to trying to match an already established one. So doing that for the dub, like, it was very unusual for me, and I think I floundered the opportunity. Like, I'm still very grateful they had me on board. I think it's still super fun, and I love the show, so it's hyped to be a part of it in even this small way. But man, I just wish I had done a better job. Like, I really went in there thinking about to go ballistic in the booth, about to burn that bitch down. Barbecue chicken alert, barbecue chicken alert. Like, I was like, oh yeah, I've got this. I know Baki, I know Ball. I thought I'd be over there giving you like a huge explanation and lore drop around like a character using their finger as a scalpel to remove their own gallbladder in the middle of a fight because it got damaged. And then I'd recount the history of who invented that maneuver. The fucking London commoner named Geronimo Edwards who discovered it while on the road selling swill or something. I really thought I was about to dial in and nail it, and I unfortunately did not. I just couldn't fucking get in the flow state that I really needed to channel. For me personally, I found it significantly more difficult to try and match an already established performance, like to try and emulate that in English, than just performing something yourself as a character. So my appreciation for English dub voice actors, it shot up quite a bit because that shit was pretty tough, actually. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap about it a little bit. I really love Baki, so it was cool to have the opportunity. I just wish I had done a better job is all. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, plummet or anything, but I didn't expect it to do this. I didn't expect it to like explode or anything. I wasn't familiar with how scarce this product was prior to me buying a bunch of it. I didn't realize that opening it would actually matter in the grand scheme of things because this wasn't a product a lot of people were buying in the first place. I didn't think there'd be a whole lot of market movement just for me goofing around opening boxes on the Skill Check channel. I really didn't expect it. And there were quite a handful of angry comments about how, well, now no one can get it. Well, I'm going to tell you something, and this is the cold water, but I'm just going to be honest. No one was buying it anyway because $4,500 was already a fucking ton of money. It wasn't getting sold that often before I started buying it. So I really don't think there were a lot of people that were just minutes away from spending $4,500 on a box of Lord of the Rings Special Edition collector's boxes that were just distraught that all of a sudden I started buying them. And then, like, the price ballooned like this, which, again, I didn't think would happen. I thought me buying it wouldn't matter because then more people would just put up their boxes for sale. I assumed that there were still a lot of boxes out there and that because they were hard to sell traditionally, they just didn't even bother putting up here now because they were so expensive. I didn't expect this. But the point is, I don't think there were a ton of people that all of a sudden missed the opportunity to buy them. I'm sure there were people that were buying them occasionally for investments because they were steadily going up even before I started purchasing them. But outside of like the people that were buying them to fucking squat on them for the next 5 to 10 years as it continued to go up, I don't think there were a lot of people looking to like buy and actively opening them. I really don't. Because the truth of the matter is, it's not worth this price. It's not. Even $4,500, $3,500, it's not worth that price. There's nothing you can pull in the set that even comes close to reaching that value unless you hit a serialized card, which your odds of doing are extremely fucking low. And I knew that going into this. It was just supposed to be fun content with like a exciting goal to try and strive for with a serialized hit, but the odds of me ever actually hitting that are astronomical. Like, it's just very unlikely to happen. So I don't think there were any reason to be spending this kind of money on these boxes in the first place. It should have never even been worth that in terms of like the pulls you can get from it. The reason why it's reached these crazy levels is because of the scarcity, which I didn't know going into it that it was this scarce. Now, after seeing everything I've seen and what I know now about like the supply that's still out there, like in personal collections, there are some individuals that have multiple cases. Not just Rudy from Alpha Investments, who I know everyone is aware of, has like hundreds of boxes. There are other individuals that I know of that have cases too, but there's not a ton of product. So based on all of that, I imagine like the natural price, had not all this hysteria happened around it, would probably float around like $6,500, maybe $7,500 on the highest end. That would be where they'd be at normally, you know, as it continued to progress organically. But because this shit just unfolded, now everything's completely changed. Lowest you can find is 12K, which it's ludicrous. It's ridiculous. And I'm not paying that. Like, as I've said, I am not paying that. And then people were upset at me for saying that, like, oh, so you'll pay $4,500, even up to $6,500, but 12K is where you draw the line? Okay. Out of touch much? Like, what are you talking about? The cards aren't worth $3,500. They're not worth $4,500. They're not worth $6,500, and they're certainly not worth $12,000. I do it because I love doing it, and I am addicted to the old shiny cardboard crack. I enjoy it. I think the content's fun. I think it's great videos, but I'm not going to be completely busting and draining my balls getting my hands on each and every one of them and sucking cock behind a Walmart for a special edition box. Like, it's not that serious to me. So yeah, I'll pay like a lot of money for these boxes because I think the content's great and I really enjoy doing it. And even if I wasn't making videos, I would still be ripping boxes. But I'm not going to go crazy with it with these prices. I'm just not. There is a huge difference between $4,500 and $12,000. There's a huge difference between $6,500 and $12,000. It's fucking double, almost. Like, it's just crazy. So yeah, I made that video on Skill Check earlier, drawing the line in the sand. I'm not doing this shit anymore. I'm tapping out. I am fucking leaving. I'm not going to be playing in this cesspool here after receiving emails from people that had just purchased the box for like 7, 8, 9K, trying to then flip it to me for 12K for that quick profit is just so degenerate and disgusting. So yeah, I'm not doing that. Of course, I'd obviously love to open more of these boxes, but I have no problem just not doing it either. Maybe in the future when things settle down, if the prices go back to like a different level that's not fucking outrageously absurd, then yeah, maybe I could see myself getting a couple more. But at this moment, probably not doing any other openings of this set. And it's made me rethink how I even do openings going forward. Because now that I know this is something that can happen, it's something I want to do everything I can to prevent from happening. So I'm thinking probably what I'll do is I'll finish opening all of the cards I have in my collection from 2 years ago, and then not return to any kind of older sets to do openings. As much as I love opening older sets, it's actually my favorite stuff to open. I probably will refrain from doing so that way I don't have any kind of effect at all on the market. For more modern sets, if there's any that I have a big interest in, maybe I'll rip a bunch of those because they'll be like readily available and hopefully won't have any effect on it. I don't really know the best way of doing it, but I want to keep opening these boxes because I love doing it. And I've done it since 2016. It's something I've done off and on for many years now. I have a lot of fun doing it, and I play the card games. Like Magic the Gathering, I actively play it. That whole fucking channel is basically dedicated to it. Pokemon, I play the Pokemon TCG. Yu-Gi-Oh! I play the fuck out of the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG. Like, I love opening these cards. It's a lot of fun for me, so I want to keep doing it, but I don't want it to lead to this kind of fucking garbage here. I really don't. So I'll be thinking on best practices when it comes to opening going forward and figure it out from there. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this. That's it. Yep.